will have to play consistently. Man, let's see how do they perform when it all comes down to this.
Makes a lot of sense too, right? But now we
Hello guys, welcome back to another live stream. How are you? के छ सबैजनाको हल्का प्रशन चाहिँ हुनुहुन्छ ल है जो पनि स्ट्रिममा नयाँ हुनुहुन्छ स्ट्रिममा नै अब च्यानलमा नयाँ हुनुहुन्छ च्यानल सब्स्क्राइब हान्दिनु ल हामीलाई चाहिँ अब हैन सो आजदेखि चाहिँ PMCO को फाइनल डे चल्दैछ PMCO साउथ एसिया फाइनल डे 1 चल्दैछ हैन त्यसपछि पोइन्ट स्ट्रक्चर 10 6 5 4 ओके फर्स्ट राउन्डलाई 10 पोइन्ट सेकेन्डलाई 6 पोइन्ट र थर्डलाई 5 एलिमिनेसन पोइन्ट 10 के भनेको है मैले बुझेन नि यो त 6th 7th र 8th के भएको यो आर्गन i8 ले हानेछ खतरा त्यस आर्गन i8 ले हानेछ त्यसपछि आर्गन i8 पछि
चिसोको समयमा आगो बिजुलीको हिटर जस्ता सामग्रीको प्रयोगले दुर्घटना
आर्गन ले हानेछ एकछिन
न्यानो रहन न्यानो लुगा लगाउनु आगो ताप्नै परे आगोको नजिक बसेर नताप्ने आगो हिटर र बिजुलीको
के भएको आर्गन 8D एकछिन गरु ADR थाहा भएन यार Edward 15-1 अनि Undergang Slayers ISSL Noob Alliance Level X Dragon टिमहरु रहेछ त्यसपछिबाट
झ्याल ढोका खोलेर रेगुलेटर बन्द गर्ने ग्यास खुला भएको वा चुहावट भएको बेला त्यसपछि बत्ती टर्च फोन आदि
त्यसपछि आउँछ RAW Sport A1 and Esports GEUD Gaming त्यसपछि FingerPrintsGlobal
नगर्ने ग्यास चुलो पाइप र सिलिन्डरको
ओके अर्को टिममा रहेछ लियो स्पोर्ट DRS Gaming Nepal HORAA स्पोर्ट प्राइड अफ CGT हो कि PGT हो के हो रुक जस्ट वेट अ मिनेट प्राइड अफ CGT रहेछ ओके
up as the other team over here, you will have that early advantage. You will have that early surprise factor in vacate the city.
They do not even have good loot. I mean, look at their vest. Nothing, nada, no helmet, no vest, but these guys are still out for war, gunning it out for the opposition team. I mean, there's only one man in the front lines in the name of Vadu. Nada, no helmet, no vest, but these guys are still out for war, gunning it out for the opposition team. Be good as well, because you're talking about Vadu. He's one of the most known players inside the region. We know what he's capable of as well. But here we go. The gang's now pulling up. The back arrives, and Vadu maybe has a chance to make it out. Vadu maybe has a chance to make it out of this tricky pickle, but maybe no, because his teammates are now starting to get pinned down as well, and Zordy is on a move, but instead Zordy gets shut down instantly. Raw, not a good way to start things off inside the fight, but the trade.
I mean, the second player inside the vehicle who was trying to give some sort of backup. I think as soon as he saw three or more players over there, he was like, "Yeah, I'm just out of here." So he was all down to this solo player who slammed into the compound, hoping it was just one or two players from Team Raw Esports, but just gets surprised, just gets over. It has given them enough to work around this particular fight.
I hope as well. I mean, especially when you're Raw Esports and when you've been looking that great off the bat, you manage to start things off with a decent amount of elimination points too, so that can be a little bit of a pressure subsider. But once again, you're talking about Raw. This team has faced opponents on this type of a competition even in the past, so I highly doubt these guys were feeling any type of pressure anyways.
Yeah, and they've shown it. They've shown it with the early aggression. They've shown it with the early number of frags that they have. But yeah, let's talk about some other teams as well right now. Pride of CTG, they're just looting out 800 motors to rotate in. It's just the first zone, so they're feeling comfortable. Good amount of loot as well. Undergang Slayers, they've just lost one of their players who was trying to rotate in, provide some backup to Vadu. But now we'll have to play the remaining game with just 3 players standing. Pochinki does see Raw Airman. Ryuk for Raw. He's also just making sure it just loots every other building, gets the perfect loot, and then we'll probably try to rotate. But now we all Roy Sports just following UG, man.
Oh,
they're not leaving them alone. They just
Yeah.
want all the frags to their name, and now Chari could be the next one falling. He is. Jiggle, as if he exactly knew where he was.
Chari shut down, and UG, these guys only have one last man alive in the name of Gangsta. And that too, Gangsta is making sure is not even moving an inch, not even moving a muscle. If he does a little bit of footsteps, well, yeah, he's pretty much gone. He can be sniffed out by the opposition team. So Raw Esports, these guys, one thing is for sure, they now know that they are currently in the driver's seat of this entire fight. It's a 4-on-2 scenario from which UG cannot do anything. One man's trapped inside the city himself. Vadu is all the way back on top of the hill. He cannot do anything at this point in time. I'm pretty sure Vadu does not even have a lot of loot to play around with.
UG thought that they were safe. UG thought they were infiltrating Roy Esports from the backside. But yeah, now they're surprised. Now they're on the verge of getting eliminated. Gangsta just one step away from his demise. But it seems like Roy Sports are not doing their due diligence. They've left 2 squad houses around this area. Gangsta is in one of them. So now Gangsta has an opportunity, Necro, to maybe pick one of the players off, get that elimination on the board before being eliminated himself, take one of the players of Team Roy Sports out of the board. But yeah, it will be a really difficult job to do because Roy Sports, they're not even interested to check this particular compound.
Indeed. Gangsta still somehow alive. But just imagine this. If you're UG and you're already having such a bad start inside the tournament, man, I do not know how the future line's going to look like for this team, man. Because Undergang Slayers, these guys are definitely getting slayed. So let's hope that maybe these guys' survival game's going to be on the point, because Vadu and Gangsta, they will need to carry this entire team's flag, while Raw Esport is just around them like vultures. It's going to be tough. It's going to be super tough. And considering even now the wall of death is going to start to close in, so hopefully you've got decent amount of meds. But speaking about meds, Jiggle's got none.
He's like, yeah, face me. I'll at least take down 2 before going down, and the rest of the things can be done by my team. So Roy Sports, yeah, they're running low on loot, and of course, Necro, they as soon as they dropped in, they started to fight. So they did not have much time to loot. The only loot they got was from their enemy crates. So Roy Sports struggling a little bit in terms of the medicines, but probably should be good. All these small little houses will have at least some bandages that they can work around. But then Roy Sports can just go down, roll another squad out of the game, and take their first aids and medkits. So should not be a problem for them the way they're playing. On the other hand, if you talk about the zone, it is still a very interesting zone, Necro. So if you look at it from a perspective that you do not want to go to the military base zone, you have what, 60% of the area to play in? It's a very small zone.
Circle's, of course, going to be on the main island, so yeah. That's why we do see GG as well, just making it all the way
Yeah.
from the blue zone. But there are going to be a lot of Guardian Angels on the edge line, so this might just be a tough one to breach in from. The safe zone's not going to be that easy to breach in, because you've got DRS on the northern side who's making sure that no one's going to be making it in from that side, but then you've also got another team on the right side. So GG, there's a chance they might just be camped out, but then that last minute rotation coming in from GG, once again backing inside Military Island, probably they are going to try to take control of that bridge.
Ooh, let's see. I do hear some gunshots around that area. I think DRS has also started a fight. DXD, probably the team losing a player. Leo is also in the close vicinity. So all these teams need to be careful, because now the fight will start for survival. You'll have to be very, very careful.
Indeed, you'll need to be careful. And already just look at the splash of colors inside the circle. You do see a couple of eliminations happen here and there. A couple of gunshots are heard as well, but GG, that long rotation inside the circle is definitely quite interesting. DRS still playing around that side, but then you've got Raw Esports too trying to breach in from the northern side. Luckily for Raw, there's no one around that side, so Raw can have a peaceful entry inside the circle, but then once they try to get inside the core, that's where the real problem's going to start to hit the deck.
Yeah, that's true. They draw it on the other hand, though. Gangsa just trying to sniff out the player. The DXZ wants to give some lovely little spray from the position he has. It's a good position. His 6 is already covered. No team can be there. So you can easily try and get those frags on the teams out front. Has a scope trained around that particular compound. Sujan, on the other hand, from Devil X Dragon. Cloning in out, playing for survival. That's what he's doing right now, I believe.
Devil X Dragons being one of the new teams. Definitely these guys are struggling off the bat. Lost out on Malaboy and Nabeen instantly. So yeah, the pressure's there. DRS on the top, so that's going to be even more of a pressure. DRS is supposed to be one of the most deadly teams from the Nepal region, so yeah. Devil X Dragons, these guys are not going to be so devilish after all, especially when they'll face against real soldiers. Then you've got A5 too in front of us. Let's see what these guys can pull off inside the compound, because still on the edge, you do not really have a lot of control inside the circle. And control is going to be the main key point at this late inside the game.
Yeah, Igor XI8 had the bridge control, and Farhad was trying to get out from harm's way. Has been sprayed out. Wait a second. Didn't we see GG rotating from the Novorep bridge, Necro? And now they're here.
No.
They are in a little bit of a trouble.
Oh, they backed away
they had their
instantly.
crosshairs trained. Oh,
They backed
went
away
back?
instantly. Yep.
Oh,
I mentioned this
okay.
as well, that they're trying to go for the bridge control. Aegon XI. But once again, they're going to try to hold GG off on the base. So for GG to breach inside the safe zone, it's going to be a little bit tough. They are barely in the safe zone, don't get me wrong, but Still, to find a better control inside the circle, it's going to be next to impossible, especially when you've got AgonXSide on the top. Shots taken with the Mini 14. One connection was found. Crypto is being suppressed for now, but a return fire is definitely something that's going to sting that player. What can GEUD Gang do? What can they do at this point? All they can do is just try and hold things off over here and maybe wait for the right opportunity and the moment to strike, but hopefully that's not going to be burning through a lot of their time, because time is something that's essential, and currently it's running out.
A minute 12 seconds on the clock before we see the fourth zone. So GG, the best thing that they can do right now is just survive. Hope that another team comes in, they got excited, they somehow get third party, and that would be your cue to get in. In the meanwhile, Raw just continuing their elimination streak. They add another one to the tally, fifth one for them. GG though, Suki. Just scoping around, gathering information, making sure that they're not completely surprised by a player and they have knowledge of where they have to shoot back. Sari just taking the sidelines, just running down the bridge, wants to get to the main island as quickly as possible, and why not? You need some area to play around. But yeah, right now this is the best spot you get. So let's see if they are able to get some knocks from this position, because I think Usman Crypto, they're both ready. They're both ready to fire shots out of the players of Team GG as soon as they overstep their bounds.
Pretty much. And look at AgonXSide. They're not even over peaking at all. So patient in this approach. As we've got the map in front of us, right in the smack center are the players of Avon NB. They've got the most amount of chance to currently win this entire thing, as well as the next circle shift's going to be in front of us, and most of the land is actually out in the open too. It's going to be so tough to play around with this one. Out in the open, the only friend is going to be a couple of haystacks here and there, and then pretty much you can just prone down. That's going to be your best bet. That's where the players of Avon NB are going to have so much advantage that they can try and rack up as many elimination points as they can. But Raw Esports trying to make it inside the zone too. And as we do see inside the elimination PE feed, it's HORAA Esports chiming inside the action. No Fear gets knocked out over there. So yeah, even for HORAA, things are not really that smooth.
Ooh, Raw Esports though. Look at this, Praveen just throwing in some shots. They've started in quite a big area, so it's open from every other side, but they, I think, are just scouting up ahead. Want to get information about what's happening on their front side. Leo and a fight between even I8 is firing some shots. PDC not in the best, POC not in the best possible situation. They lost a player. Praveen also has his crosshairs trained. Yeah, they're in a tough situation over here.
Way too tough situation. And PDC, constant barrage of bullets is something that they can't deal with, as IMBA gets knocked out and finished instantly. Of course it's Raw Esports, just raining down hellfire from the top. Once again, this team's confidence inside the PMCO Grand Final so far has been unmatchable by any other team. And UG once again under fire by Raw Esports. Raw Esports is just not leaving the track of UG at all. So much hurt has been put against UG, and now they collide against the players of POC, and they get instantly demolished. UG for them, Raw Esports was the demolisher. They were sort of like the Grim Reapers for UG.
Even though all these players have been taken on from the different team, it is Avon and B who have got all those frags. So they are the ones racking up the numbers. Now Sleepy has focused himself onto the players of team ISSL. At this point in time, you just fire anywhere you see a player, because you have that shack to work with. You know that nobody is nearby, at least in the nadable range, to take you down. Or maybe the players of POC are, but they're completely covered with smoke themselves. So Raw Esports, it's not the best possible area to have, but given the current situation, they should be fine.
I mean, the entire circle is not in the best possible situation, so you might as well try to latch on to anything that you can lay your eyes on. And Raw Esports, still all the three players looking so confident in that current position they have found themselves in. Leo Esports getting a couple of eliminations for themselves. So far, 5 eliminations wrapped up, so that's a decent amount of points being wrapped up by Leo Esports, and they can't keep on marching up just like this. As I mentioned, Leo is also one of the tougher contenders inside the tournament. So Raw Esports, these guys are definitely going to have a run for their money. Leo for now, patching themselves up. FPG in the front lines. Utilities tossed on the opposite side, but Let's see how well Leo's going to be able to deal with the threat that's in the front. GG as well in the receiving line. Suzuki gets knocked out. Somehow these guys have managed to find a way across the bridge. That's really good news. But FPG getting pushed on by Leo Esports. DBS up close and personal. And that's going to be it. Last man taken down and dusted. Noah is going to be the one to get the elimination onto his name.
FPG out of the game, and Leo, not only that, they've got a great position inside the zone, just at the edge of the circle, but have to just focus in front of them. Sleepy from Raw Esports, man, this guy is still not stopping, still on a fragging spree over here. Leo just resetting themselves, they have got those eliminations to their name. Raw MN on the other hand, they're in trouble. Hero, Sanchir, both of the players have already fallen. It's just a duo by which the team survives. Rex from A51 gets a good knock on the Devil X Dragon. Raw tosses a nade onto the player of POC. Fights all around the board. Teams falling one after the other. But the only team I see surviving, thriving, is Raw Esports.
Raw Esports, at least for now, because of the situation, these guys are pinned down. But if they had a dominating position like A1NB, these guys would have been the Grim Reapers for the lobby. A1NB, though, still that cautious approach is something that's really working out for them, and as long as they are cautious themselves, things should be pretty okay. HORAA Esports colliding against A1. As trades did happen back and forth, but still, the DBS is something that's making it count for sure. HORAA himself is alive in this scenario, and at this point, it's next to impossible. As A1NB, they put that final nail in the coffin. HORAA Esports has been eliminated, but Raw, then they take the advantage. They third party this one. Raw Esports, they want to breach and make their entry inside the compound. The first man, Deathstorm, is being found. A1NB, they were already too hurt, but now they need to deal with the entire freak of nature in the name of Raw Esports. Sounds a little bit too much, and yes, it is.
They almost did it though. Sleepy was taken out, two of the players were knocked out, but Jiggle was still surviving. Perfect third party, and Raw Esports find the perfect area, the perfect compound to attack on at the right time. They've been able to get 3 of their players inside the zone, should be fine for now. Leo on the other hand playing around the ridges, monitoring a fight with the players of team ISSL, but they have to be wary about their right hand side because they might also get shot from that particular area. Nades being thrown out, Liquid trying to find anything that he can. A little bit of damage dealt onto Jimmy, but not enough to get that knock.
I mean, whenever I see these Node teams and the Node player, whenever I hear their name, I just get reminded of the greatness these guys have achieved in the past. I mean, I've been over here in the South Asian region for years and years now. Was a little bit disconnected a couple of months ago, but now that I'm once again back, it just feels great. It feels like I'm back at home once again, but as we've got the next circle probably brewing up in a couple of more seconds, ISSL in the best position they can ask themselves to be in, as A1NB was eliminated a while ago. So Raw Esports now, they're the only team with a hard compound and a decent spot on another side. Now, if Raw Esports wants, they can definitely try to be a little bit more proactive and go for that high ground control, which is going to be towards ISSL and Noob Alliance. But then, if you're trying to take a fight against ISSL, Leo will probably try to chime in and try to go for that third party. So this entire structure of this circle is sort of in a dicey scenario.
VKES as well, man. That team also has a good spot inside the zone. DRS, in the meanwhile, is fighting out against the players of TBEST, but then there's a third party too. So DRS, they'll have to be careful. They've started losing players, which is not looking good at all. I think Nova has good information about one of the teams' presence. I think Raw Esports is the team in his crosshair. So it won't be a knock, an opportunity for a knock, but you'll still have to be really careful. Liquid making his way towards the zone has found himself a shack and nobody near it. So that's a great thing, but this is something that we know and not the players of Team Leo. They do have Yeta out there in the backdrops, and with this ghillie suit, it'll be very, very difficult to spot around. The grasses are long, especially around the area the zone has formed. DRS on the other hand, yeah, XMPLS, only 2 players surviving.
Noob Alliance. Oh, so low. Totter. Almost got taught a lesson. Lucifer in the back lines. Knocked out. Noob Alliance now can definitely feel that pressure surmounting on top of him. DRS in the front is someone that's causing a lot of issues for Noob Alliance. So these guys need to be a little bit more proactive, quick on the feet, and as soon as Raw Esports hears all that commotion going on, even Raw, they want a little bit of fair share of this fight. They want to participate inside this third party. And look at Raw Esports. just driving their vehicles around, trying to spot out a couple of players that can be in the clotheslines. But Noob Alliance, they've got their own problems to deal with. Leo Esports in the back were definitely taking the shots, but Noob Alliance now, they've got Raw Esports approaching them. What can Noob Alliance do? From the back, it's going to be the players of DRS. From the front, it's Raw Esports. Nowhere to go. You're sandwiched. ISSL Noob Alliance, they need to eliminate at least one squad in order to survive. But then if Raw Esports, if they get third-partied by Leo, then it can be a whole nother scenario.
Good judgment by Zodi. He wanted to get some information, overcommitted a bit in that particular situation. Could have got knocked out from the player of Team DRS, but is rewarded with a knock onto the player of ISSL. Could be the opening thing, could be the opening moment for the players of Team Raw Esports, but then they decide to just hit the pause button. They do not know how many players are in front of them. They do see, I think, a little bit of a commotion on the left hand side, but then Praveen tosses a nade out, gets another knock, and that's the go sign, I believe, for Raw Esports. They want to just pounce in upon the players of Team ISSL and take them completely down. It's all just down to the one remaining player. DRS as well have also started to lose players to the play zone. XMPL, the only one surviving. Spots down Praveen, and great shots by my man. And DRS also still not completely out.
XMPL, an absolute laser beam from that guy. That far away. Nicely done. At least for now, Raw Esports, they're going to have a couple of breaks installed in their strategy because of XMPL, the amount of damage he's been able to inflict on top. But then instantly, the last man gets taken down as well, so DRS has been eliminated from the game. But ISSL Noob Alliance now getting pounced on top by these prowlers of Raw Esports. And they're going to shut him down instantly. Ruthless, aggressive warriors indeed. They're quite ruthless in their approach inside the fight. And Raw once again now maybe trying to put an end to the misery of Leo Esports as well. Leo Esports is the only team that's in the closer fray. Before Raw to deal with Leo, it's going to be a heck of a job.
And now Leo's hand has been forced. They really need a knock with this nade. They had to rotate inside the zone 100 meters. They could still avoid the fight, but then we'll have to take it with the players of Team VKES. So it's either VKES or the weak team of Team Raw Esports. And I say that because it's only a 3-man squad against a complete squad of Leo. So that's the only advantage they have for themselves. Noah, just try to spot anyone down before he tosses those nades out. Good utility available for Leo as well. So they can take their sweet time, but then they will have to decide very quickly, as in the next 13 seconds, this zone is going to close in.
Probably is.
Oh,
utility tossed in, and it's going to be on the point too. Yetauta, another known player from the past. And once again, just showing off that experience with those utility precision that he showcased. First player being knocked out from Raw, and even the wall of death is now going to start to close in. Imagine the amount of time that you've got left. Not a lot. And Leo Esports, they want to be the proactive bunch, and they want to probably make the move inside the zone as quick as possible. Hate Dami gets knocked out though, so for Leo, getting this fallen man back up on the feet has to be the main priority, and that's what Leo's probably trying to do.
The buggies are out, but the players of Team VikingxSS have trained their crosses in that spot. The random spam could also take him down, but somehow they're able to take Haidami up, although in the backlines Yetauta falls. And it is the player of Team Raw Esports who comes in for vengeance, gets that free frag, gets the job done, brings the players of Team Leo to 3. Raw MN on the other hand, look at this. They're just waiting out the fight. It's just a meter that he has to get inside the zone. Has the perfect cover as well. Just needs to survive for as long as possible. VKES will be a team that he has to fear. Nova also falls by VikingxSS. It says use them. Good spray for him. VikingxSS just have the supreme spot inside the zone. A compound to their name with an open roof. It's just a firing range for him. VKES overcommitted a bit over there, and great cover from Jiggle. It's a 2v3 now.
Yeah, Vikings. Definitely the instincts now starting to kick in. Raw Esports. Oh, the utility was placed on point, and also the cook was on the time. So Vikings, a fair chance for them to fight back inside the scenario. But still from the back, it's going to be Leo Esports pouring in that lead. It's going to be tough to out-survive this entire situation. It's going to be tough to even outplay the opponents as well. And of course, trying to be a little bit of sneaky man around the corner. It's going to be tough to pull off anything, as I mentioned. So for Vikings, the only thing that they can try to do is maybe try and be a little bit more proactive. But still, D9 almost got eliminated. But a good cover fire, a good team play coming in from Vikings.
a couple of knocks from D9 and then that nade from Iman. Somehow Vikings survived. This was their very first fight, bear in mind. But they have been able to win it out, and Vikings still in the game. Leo, in all of the commotion, has been able to get that reset. So they did lose a player, but there were a couple of knocks on the ground as well. But all of the players are on their feet and now looking forward to creep their way inside the zone. In the meanwhile, the other teams have also slowly and steadily crept their way up. Jimenez is trying to spot anyone down. Crypto tosses a nade, gets a knock. EgOnXI8 again looking really good.
EgOnXI8 blindly firing through the smokes. Maybe some hit markers can be found, but still, last man from Rogue gets spotted. Shut down instantly.
Last three teams. A 3v3v3 is where we are at. And Leo, I think the worst one hit because they're out in the open, no cover. They cannot even trade their players out evenly. So if one of these players falls, he's just eliminated. Yeah, that's what happens. Liquid just gets sprayed to a nade. That's a knock. And he cannot be brought back into the game. So now Haitami and Noah are the two players who have to do the job. 7 more seconds. The zone is going to close in very quickly. IQ confirms that knock onto Liquid. Another elimination added to the tally of EgOnXI8. Noah spotted down. UZM random spray through the grass. Gets another one down. And Leo, I believe, will be eliminated on the third spot. As it is only Haitami left all alone.
There's definitely a chance Uzum is not stopping anytime soon. EgOnXI8, a dominating force, of course, the freak of natures. Once again, they strike in the PMCO South Asia. EgOnXI8, it is a name to be feared. And these guys, it seems like they're going to reign supreme once again. A team coming in from Pakistan region, EgOnXI8, making a statement. And at least for now, they're looking unstoppable. The only team that can be a big pain in the foot for them has to be Vikings. But it's still going to be a 3v3, so you never know who's going to come out on top. EgOnXI8, all the players that you see in the front, Uzum, Crypto, especially Crypto, one of the best assaulters South Asia's ever seen. I do not even need to speak a lot. As soon as the viewers hear his name, I'm pretty sure they're going to get all the flashbacks that he's done in the PMPLs in the past. Crypto, trying to be the sneaky man, trying to make an off angle, lurk around. He's just prone down, trying to create an angle that the opponents is not going to expect at all. And look at Crypto. As soon as he finds that visual confirmations on the opponents, that's going to be it. The snake's in action. Shots taken from Uzum. First man's knocked out.
GG.
IQ finds 2 itself. Vikings on the verge of getting eliminated. EgOnXI8, they're making the march towards success. And they do find it. A winner-winner chicken dinner for EgOnXI8. And a great way to kick things off. Of course, what do you expect from a team like EgOnXI8? An absolute brilliant move coming in from them.
Look at that. 11 eliminations overall. That too when they lost a player early on. I saw them when they were fighting it out against the players of Team GG around the bridge area. But after that, it was no looking back. They had a great spot inside the zone. They never went passive. Played the entire game with 3 players and just came out on top. Beautifully done. EgOnXI8 with the chicken.
I mean, it is a name that has been known for such a long time in the South Asia region to dominate. And they have done it once again. Off the bat, in the first game of the PMCO South Asia, these guys have started off with a massive bang. Crypto, as I mentioned, Uzum being the IGL of the entire team, or at least he was in the past. So this entire team has been known for their greatness. They have been known for their aggression they have shown. But inside this game, these guys played it so tactically well. So nothing much can be said how the future is going to be looking like for the other teams. But even Raw Esports, they were quite remarkable. They made a stark statement off the bat inside the game too. So the known teams are of course going to have the confidence all-time high. The new teams clearly are struggling. Let's hope that maybe in the front lines they're going to be able to find something great. But ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, we've got a short break lined up. We'll be right back after this one.
Frozen Kingdom updates. Residents of Erangel, are you having a great time at the Frost Festival? In this season of miracles, come and see what new surprises await in the Frozen Kingdom. Flying reindeer. In the beautiful snowy village, you'll come to discover a new vehicle exclusive to this season, the sleigh. Don't forget to split up with your teammates to find the reindeer and connect it with the sleigh. With that, you'll unlock the magical flying reindeer. Ride it with your teammates and soar up to 10 meters above the ground and enjoy a panoramic view. If you want to acquire the flying reindeer even faster, head to the Lucky Ice Tower and be the first to ring the bell. A beautiful flying reindeer will respond to your call by descending from the sky. Surprise stockings. Moreover, there are many magical changes in Snowy Village. Find the surprise stockings on the walls inside houses and interact with them according to the hints from the phonograph. With that, you'll unlock additional supplies. Festive tree. Presents will also grow on the large fire tree in the center of the village. Admire its beauty as you pass by. Don't forget to shoot the presents, as there might be another surprise waiting for you. Soar high in a frosty fight. We're sure you are itching for the new snow battles. For more updates on the Frost Festival, be sure to follow our official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
Welcome back, gamers, after that short break. And yes, the first game was quite astonishing. I mean, off the bat, I genuinely thought that RAW Esports, with how dominating they were looking inside the game, I thought they can probably be the winners. But then later on, you saw A1NB in a pretty solid spot inside the late game. But unfortunately, they got pounced on top. It was like a third-party scenario being built by the side of RAW Esports. So A1NB got eliminated there too. So many surprising moments just erupted in front of us, so it was really tough to say anything. But then in the end, VIKINGxSS just came in out of nowhere and just outshined the entire competition. But now it's time for us to look at the MVP of the previous game and find out who was that individual player who managed to rack up the most amount of elimination points and the damage. It's going to be Uzum from VIKINGxSS, of course, the man, the myth, the legend, shining in once again.
Had 4 eliminations, almost 1,000 damage as well. Not great in terms of assists, but when you're doing such a great job, you just have to be the one getting those frags. That's what Uzum did. Got 4 eliminations, 4 knocks as well, and was the most valuable player in the entire game. VIKINGxSS in general, all of the players, I believe, had an important role to play. Especially, I believe it was Crypto who was trying to make a different angle into that final fight, and he might be another one of the players who had a great impact in the game. Yeah, of course, we do see him in the top players list as well on the 5th spot. But other than that, Rogue, Zordi, XMPL also had impacts in the entire Erangel match.
Without a doubt, XMPL, especially when you saw that spray. I mean, look at the amount of damage he has, 941 with only 2 eliminations. Now, that's quite unfortunate, but the amount of damage this man was able to dish out, it's quite impressive. Now let's move on forward and take a look at another graphic, because we have seen all these players. Of course, Zordi 2 was over there, but then as we do move on towards the match rankings, 21 points being accumulated by VIKINGxSS. That's a great way to kick things off. RAW Esports 2 with 15 points, not that bad of a start. Leo Esports on the 3rd, as expected. The usual suspects just dominating through. Unknown teams, unfortunately, not been able to do that well, but still, Vikings, they have surprised me.
Yeah, Viking, just based on their positions. These points they were just able to get just based on the terms of their position that they had. The eliminations were not that great. The only eliminations that they had were against the players of Team RAW Esports. That too very, very late. I believe what in the 7th or the 8th zone. So early fights is something that they're avoiding. The other teams, DRS, HORAA, not the best possible start, but still a long way to go. You still have some games left to your name.
Exactly. I mean, Devil X Dragons, I had a lot of expectations from this team, but unfortunately not been able to deliver on top of that. Even DRS, HORAA Esports, these guys are some of the best teams South Asia's seen, but unfortunately they were just not able to play. Maybe just the first game jitters, maybe inside the second game they can get a much more of a better structure in the upcoming map in Miramar. But once again, I mean, all these teams not been able to perform. Majority of the teams on the latter half of the board are the unknown teams. But as we move on forward towards schedule, as we know, next game's going to be Miramar. This is something that's going to give a much more time for these teams to think through in a better way.
Yeah, Miramar, the land of DMRs and snipers. I just love to say that word, the land of DMRs and snipers, because that is a map where we see the most action. But then in the recent past, the meta has shifted and we've seen the bold action taking a hit. Less number of Khan 98s could be found in the game. So I'm still excited. I just want an M24 or maybe an AWM being played by one of these teams. But hey, only time will tell if that's the case or not. We have started with the game of Miramar, and let's see which team comes out on top.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The second game of the day begins as the plane flap hat starts all the way from the northern side towards Montenegro and El Pozo. This is quite an interesting plane flat path. As I mentioned, starting from the northern side, it's a complete one-sided plane flat path. If the teams do want to move in towards Los Leones, then it's going to be a hell of a stretch. So they will need to try and drop towards the vehicles or maybe some temporary secondary drop locations if they've got those aligned. I want to see where VIKINGxSS is going to drop.
They probably, I think, if I remember correctly, drop around Pecado. I'm not sure about that, but could be a possible drop location, or maybe San Martin. Not sure about that either. But yeah, these teams will have their different drop locations dropping in. I do see FPG with another squad. Probably it's Raw. Is it? Not sure about that, but yeah, let's see. We might see an early drop clash around El Pozo. The other teams have also slowly and steadily drifted apart. Creative Fields being taken down by HORAA Esports. So giving them time over here. ErangEl still looking forward towards, I believe, the flight path suggests Los Leones, but would be a long drop. Will take a lot of time if they do go towards that city of Los Leones.
Probably HORAA Esports going towards the northern side, which is going to be La Cabrera. So HORAA Esports is going to have a smooth sailing. There's no one over there, but look at the circle. I mean, it's a pretty okay circle, not too bad, just tilted a little bit on the right side. But imagine if the circle was completely down south, then the teams would have been challenged to the fullest potential. But the circle is sort of favoring the plane flat path, so a lot of these teams are going to have a smooth sailing and getting that prime spot in their hands. A1NB going all the way down south. You can still see them sailing towards that drop location. Raw Esports, too, quite close to that team, dropping in towards Picado. So Raw Esports trying to be that dominant team, taking over Picado. VIKINGxSS still somewhere around La Benedita. A lot of these teams have been screwed over, or a decent amount of teams have been screwed over because the plane flat path was on the northern side.
That's why you need to have at least 2 to 3 drop locations all in different parts of this map, so that you're at least able to drop in a spot. Even if it's a drop clash, you know how well to rotate, how well to get that fight in your favor. But yeah, some of the teams, irrespective of the plane path, they just stick to a specific spot, and that's where they're dropping in. So we might see some rotational clashes as well very early on, just dropping in for the vehicle. One of the player finds a pistol and tries to shoot the other player down. Situations like that could start over here. But yeah, let's see. It's only time that will tell. No early drop clashes as of now. GG also towards a small Montenegro, peacefully looting for themselves. Leo have gone in for that power grid split. San Martin, Hacienda del Petron, I do see the players of DRS around that area, so they will also get some decent loot. For in that city of Impala, it's only Aero who is very, very far away, but now has found himself a vehicle and will slowly and steadily regroup with the team by looting some little compounds along the way. So all of these teams, for now, very comfortable. On the northern side, though, we might see Devil X Dragon go against the players of Team ISSL. That would be an interesting fight.
Yeah, it would be. Especially you do see that one player from ISSL just all by himself. So there's a chance we might see that potential clash coming in soon. But at least for now, it's quite a peaceful start to this Miramar game. And once again, as we know, even the point structure sort of forces these teams to go for the fights and the elimination point. So you do not really have a lot of choice left anyways, right? You only get 10 points for getting that chicken dinner. I still remember the old point structure used to get 15 points for a chicken dinner. So that's a big difference, or that's a big drop-off in the point structure itself. But we already do see the first elimination hit the deck towards POC. Let's see.
Oh, yeah, it'll be interesting. But right now, All the team just taking their sweet time trying to get that early loot. First blood yet to be drawn, I believe. Oh no, it has already been ASC, as you said. Ajaya has been able to get one of the POC's player out. Imba could be the next one on cards, or maybe one MBA could be the next one on the cards. Core also in the close vicinity, but then support will be delayed if Slayer is able to get another knock. So ASC is just poking around, probably trying to find anything that they can before they rotate out, because they still have to make 500 meters to get inside this first circle.
Indeed. AST, Ajaya on the top. I mean, considering the players of pride of CTG, they've already lost out on one of their men. So they're in a big man disadvantage inside the fight. Would they really want to go for it, though? Maybe that's the reason why we're seeing them just pin back. And POC. AST is clearly having that confidence to go for the fight, but POC, they know they've already lost out in one, so they cannot really afford to make any type of rookie mistakes anymore. Shots taken from IMPA. All of them missed too. That was an opportunity for you to shine, but unfortunately he was not able to grab onto it.
Yeah, SLR is not an easy weapon to control. That too with that kind of a scope, the recoil is just too much, and that's what we saw. Was not able to control the recoil. It's fine. Anyways, the opponent team already knew your locations. You were just trying to retaliate back, but just gave away the confirmation too. So it's fine for now. AST probably stick around for a couple of minutes over here, and then we'll just rotate out. Unnecessary risk is something AST should just try to avoid, because you've already got that first frag to your name. Should be good enough for you.
AST. Oh, these guys are pushed up close and personal. POC in a big world of trouble. Slayer in the front line. Spots out the first one. Good shot. Chip down the player. Slayer now trying to reposition himself in a better spot. AST now trying to wrap around the corners as well. You can see even Saigo VN is all the way in the back lines. And POC currently, they're just trapped in this city. Where can they go? A 3v4 scenario. And POC being trapped in such a bad spot, it's really just forcing these guys to come up with something new, but it just sounds next to impossible. And all POC can do is just try and disengage from the fight, find a couple of vehicles, and maybe try and make a rotation out of this tricky spot. Before now, POC, all they're doing is just prone down in the same spot. And even they're burning through a lot of meds, so AST is getting advantage all across the board.
This player does have a lot of smokes available, so could toss a few out to create a wall to get out of this compound and in some cover. But now already Slayer has taken a different angle. Even Zio, look at him, just following the remaining two players, I believe, of the other team, or maybe just getting inside the zone now. So it was very brave of AST to go in for that fight early on, considering you also do
The board, it's going to be on the southern side, a little bit tilted on the right. So at least you can say HORAA is being favored by the circle.
Bro, Raw Esports right now had a 2-2 split going on, where two of the players are fighting with GG, the other two with the players of Team UDG. That's insane. And now all of them just focus upon the players of Team GG. Soul is the first one to fall. No backup available as of now. Sairi will try to peek out and probably give some sort of a counter knock. But yeah, as soon as he sees that Soulless has been taken away out of the game, just dips in the vehicle, goes in for the rotation.
Oh no,
TP.
this is not
Will he connect shots? He's whiffing
my
a lot
God.
over there. I think he gave a lot of damage to the vehicle, but then there was no knock available. Sairi tagged up quite a bit, but once again, just survives in that situation.
It's quite tough to connect shots at that range, so Raw Esports failing to do so. I mean, you can see they're so adamant in taking them down, but now the wall of death is going to start to move in, and you do not want to be chipped away, especially when you do not have a lot of meds. Inventory management is something these players really do focus on, and while doing so, they just take less amount of meds on the back. You can only see 3 to 2 first aids being wrapped up by one single guy and a decent amount of boosters to back themselves up. So Once again, just prioritizing the utilities more.
Yeah, but right now survival is of the essence. They will find a different rotational, what should I say, path to get inside the zone, but they will have to be wary about the other teams towards the edge. So GG in a new territory over here with just 3 players will have to be really careful. They do see another vehicle down on the ground, probably with a loot crate, so expecting players nearby. Erangel though, no fights till now, no players spotted till now. Just happy, just content, peaceful. But as soon as I say that, I think Leo Aidami has been spotted down. Shots, spray, Falak connected a headshot on the very last bullet. But yeah, the player will survive and get back to his team.
Yeah, Leo Esports, all the 4 player in that same compound. Looking safe and sound. Nova, oh, a little pixel spotted. Still just going for the pre-fires around that corner. VIKINGxSS, a team that has mastered all the aspects of the play style. They can be pretty passive, they can be pretty tactical, and also they can be aggressive if needed so. So it's best not to provoke these guys. And considering Leo Esports, these guys have found themselves a cozy home. I highly doubt they're going to be leaving that anytime soon, inside a decent spot in the circle too. So Leo does not really need to do anything. But if they're going to keep on burning through meds like that, then it's a big point of concern. Crypto, shots taken against Nova. Nova was chipped up a little bit. So VIKINGxSS, once again, this point in time inside the stage, all they're trying to do is burn through the opponent meds.
Oof. Falak right now taking a few shots onto his vehicle. Decides to drop off, just get that reset and then get inside the zone. Has some cover from his teammates as well. So not a lot of concern. But yeah, the play zone slowly and steadily closing in. Also the airdrop in front of him. Maybe just go explore Falak if you have enough time. VIKINGxSS could get their hands on a different and a very powerful weapon. But yeah, right, they're just focusing on the zone. Crypto seems just wants to have some information about his surroundings before he finally parks his car around that compound. Kancha though, from very far away with the Mini 14 has been able to get a knock onto the player of Team A1NB. They need to be careful. The revival should be there without any trouble. But VIKINGxSS probably in a close range fight with the players of Team Leo, because I do see a few runovers coming in.
Oh, Sujan still outside of that warehouse. Sujan's got no clue that the one man is in the front. Finds the opening knock, and that should be more than enough to open up the fray as well. DRS Dragon. Hopefully they're not going to overstep inside the scenario. One single bad move on the board can cost you your life inside this entire game. And considering you do not really have a lot of games in the first place to begin with to prove your worth, this is going to be a tough competition indeed. Even on the opposite side, you can clearly see DRS Gaming just waiting over there for anyone to try and breach in from that side. As soon as that happens, DRS will probably take a lot of shots. And already, DRS Dragons, they're losing out on the man number. This is not good. Nobody gets caught out in the open, but now finds a little bit of piece of cover to play with.
Oh, yeah, I think you said it a bit too early. XMPL from a high range angle with that Mini 14, probably a 6 or an 8x scope, has been able to do the job. Gets that knock, and I don't think so the revival is possible anytime soon. So should be a frag confirm for them. DRS making the most out of the situation, just making the best possible play in that area. Prabin though tosses a nade out and takes down the players of Team POC. That's not a good look for their team.
DRS, Killer YT, a man on a mission, a man with a big past. Let's see if Killer YT still got that click that he had back in the day. XMPL, spray was there on the point, but still not being able to find that connection. Instead, it's going to be D1868 who finds the first knockout. And DRS Gaming, at least one of the players has actually found the escape, but instantly he gets caught into another team. So, yeah, Mamathai's got nowhere to go. Noob Alliance being eliminated off the bat. Such an unfortunate turn of events for that guy.
Yeah, that is just very unlucky for him. He wanted to run away from a squad, ran into a different one. So cannot do much about that situation, but it's fine. You should be able to bounce back in the next game. Just get information. Just watch the game. Try to find out the rotations. Try to find out how the other teams, decide to play when the circle does not go with them, and maybe find a way around that. DXG could be the next ones in line. DRS, all the 4 players surviving, although it's only killer in this close vicinity, so needs to be a little bit careful. Even the players of Team Raw Esports are climbing up the ridge behind them. So another thing that they will have to keep in mind, but then XMPL comes in with the cover fire. Nobody gets shot in the back, and DXD should be out of the game.
Of course, the classic third-party scenario. Devil X Dragons, nowhere to go. What can they even do at this point in time? One last man alive. You might as well accept the fate. You might as well accept the defeat and just get taken down by the opposition team, or just wait for the wall of death to take you and consume you. DRS Gaming, another team that is in a decent spot. A1NB, a man on a mission, was Sinister, but unfortunately he gets shut down instantly, deactivated. There's a chance he might be dismantled too soon if he's not able to back into the safety lines of his team. So Sinister, that's what he's trying to do as well. A couple of smoke grenades being tossed in the front. So Sinister's going to be backing away in the cover. And Sinister is the key player for A1NB. He's one of the most experienced players that the Bangladesh region has to offer currently inside this tournament. So Sinister needs to be alive for A1NB to be a little bit more in a better spot. FPG on the top. I like that position. You've got so much information to play with. Let's hope that they're going to use that information in a better way.
Ooh, DRS though, they've also started to lose some players. HORAA Esports came in and they've been able to get a few knocks. Even GG being targeted by them. Mali gets another frag to his name. Jiggle from Raw though wants to get some information. What is this? Raw Esports again have 8 frags? Another great start. This team is looking really fantastic, and they might just be able to take down the players of Team Aegon XI8 in terms of the overall leaderboard. Look at that. They're already ahead. Aegon XI8 have been just reduced to 2, but then we cannot count them out, can we? They just got a chicken in the previous game with 3 players.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, just imagine, right? Raw Esports is one of those teams that does really good in a professional lobby, like in a proper known teams lobby that I'm talking about. So they're, of course, going to decimate the competition inside of PMCO, where there are a lot of unknown teams, too, where there are a lot of new teams. And that's what Raw Esports is doing. And they have faced much more of a tougher competition in the past. So for Raw Esports, this is like a hot knife through butter.
and it seems to be the case. They certainly are playing in a very aggressive fashion, a very...
Next time from the sidelines, they take a dig against the players of DRS. And HORAA Esports now trying to make some moves on the board. The nade was quite good. Finds the confirmation on a killer. And HORAA, they're going to send it against DRS. DRS, they're not really able to perform to the fullest potential. But still, one last man is trying his best to fight back. Uzi up close and personal. Can't find that value. But what? This last guy from DRS is making it all count. And he's making sure that DRS is not going to take an exit that easily from this tournament or from this game. But eventually, the third party from Raw hits them hard.
That's insane. That is insane, because Raw, even though they did a lot of damage, was just able to secure 2. DRS, a really nice attempt from the last player, got a triple knock, but then still was not able to survive for long. But now Raw, they are against the players of Team Aegon XI8 at the same time. The 2 players, they just push and eliminate a squad. The other 2 players are fighting against a completely different team. Yeah, well, that's Raw Esports for you.
Raw Esports, Praveen going for the patch up. And considering they've got all the 4 players alive too, oh, Fritz, we might just have a nuclear game in front of us.
Oh, for sure. 20 plus frags is what I want.
Yeah, probably. 10 eliminations wrapped up already. And you've still got 20, or you've still got a decent amount of more players inside the lobby. 9 teams in total, including Raw itself.
Look at that!
But Liquid knocked out. A beautiful prone spray. Oh, Sleepy. Indeed, just sleeping on the ground, going for the laser beams against the opponents. Leo, what can they even do in this scenario? The main priority has to be rotating inside the safe zone, and that's what they prioritize. Liquid should be confirmed soon, either
would
by
be
the
the
wall
11th.
of death or by the ticking time.
Yeah, that would be the 11th. They're still looking for more. Look at the other players of FPG cornered down behind just one vehicle. I think VKES could be the team taking them down. Yeah, one of the knocks has been secured by them. But then Jiggle throwing in some random shots through the smoke, hoping to find Liquid. But that knock gets confirmed by a different team, A51 Rex. This is the third party. So if you do not confirm your knocks, that's what happens. Someone else does. Kancha though from A51 has a very different spot, a different angle inside the zone. Aegon XI8, only two players as we talked about it earlier, Crypto and UZM, will now probably face the whole team of Raw Esports because both of them have to move inside the zone. And if we do not draw lines parallelly, they will collide.
Did I just see that correctly? One of the players just fell to his own death.
Yeah, you
Oh,
might
no.
just be right.
FPG. Yeah, FPG. Well, tough affairs inside this game, huh? Aegon XI holding a decent rich to begin with. And considering they're also having their eyes just locked on different directions inside this map, Raw Esports still barely on the edge. You might as well try to play on the edge inside this late of a game, especially when the circle's out in the open. You will probably try to play around the edges too. Aegon XI engage inside a fight. Vikings going to be the one to knock on the doors this time. Maybe Aegon XI are probably not going to be the winners of this game, but Uzum is still alive in the back lines. Utility being tossed to the front. A beautiful connection. A-Man knocked out. Uzum, I highly doubt the rain's going to be stopping anytime soon. He's probably going to try to rain down death and destruction against Vikings. But a return nade being tossed
GG.
from Vikings, and that's it. D9's going to be the one to find that closure against Aegon XI.
But they've done damage, right? They've taken down one of the players entirely out of the game. There was a knock, but the revival should be there. So Aegon XI8 not going out empty-handed. They got 2 eliminations. Ended on the 9th spot, so probably one more point from that position. Where 23 is where their tally will stop. Kiva now tossing a nade, finds it onto Aero FPG. They are in a fight with the players of Team 4 Raw, but 4 Raw might have that numbers advantage. Nova X from behind, Leo Esports. They try to fight it against the players of Team Raw Esports. Wasn't a wise decision, as you only had 2 of your players surviving. FPG also bite the dust as 4 Raw. Sanchir gets the perfect flank. And a lot of teams being eliminated in this 6th zone.
Yeah. Sanchir still eyeing out the player in the front. Hitman's just in that little shack. A1NB down to that final glimmer of hope. And even he can't do much, especially when your position's known and you're trapped inside a little compartment. Vikings, 3 players, standing tall. But the opposition is going to be even stronger. It's a 4v3 scenario against Raw Esports, potentially brewing up. But let's see how Vikings going to deal with this threat. Considering Raw Esports, they have been melting through teams without any issues. So Vikings, for them, this is going to be a tough fight. A1NB, Hitman being the last player. He's going to be on the hit list for a lot of these teams.
For now, he's inside the zone and has the shot. And nobody within the nadable range. So he should be fine for a couple of minutes over here. Rams, on the other hand, from Adroid 51, throwing a few shots with the Mini 14, trying to get that knock. Wasn't lucky enough. Kancha from up above. Even Adroid 51, this team has a great spot inside the zone, Necro. Except for Raw Esports, I do not think any other team has a chance. But that too, Raw will also have to be really, really careful. They are on the edge of the zone. They should be spotted down by the players of Team A51. And then the third party element is also something that they will have to take care about. Yetauta, the lone survivor from Leo Esports, has to play for his life, has to play for as many survival points as possible. And probably get in a third party because I think Raw Esports is really close by.
Oh, look at this spot. The best spot currently this entire circle has to offer.
Of course, yeah.
And A51 has got the control of it. From the top, just raining down bullets, hellfire, as you can say. And Vikings on the receiving lines, the only cover they can try to create for themselves are the smokes. And that's where they're tossing out before Raw 2 getting spotted. Mini 14, the clicks are there, but the connection isn't. And Kansa is definitely missing on so many shots. For Raw, even they are pretty much in the full force, but A51 should have the most amount of advantage inside this entire scenario. Good shots. Couldn't even spot that guy myself, but Concha being able to spot him out. Nicely done.
Yeah, well, that's why Necro you here and he's playing the game out. It's fine though. Rogue over here, just rotating inside the zone. For Raw is another team that has got 7 frags to their name this time around, and are looking strong inside the zone. Not in the crosshairs of Kancha, so should survive for a little longer. The other players of Team Raw, for Raw, they have to be really careful. Rogue just try to get any information that he can. This buggy is a live bomb in its own self. If someone shoots 2 bullets, it'll be taken down, but then they're stuck with that. No other options. Raw Esports, on the other hand, are now trying to toss a few nades onto Aero. Won't land, but Aero just makes sure that he knows where the players of Team Raw Esports are so that he can dodge anything else coming his way.
For all the teams that have been eliminated so far, and for all the teams that were not able to do good in the previous game and this game too, man, it's going to be tough pill to swallow, but they've only got 10 more games left. For now, Raw Esports, the ruthless, aggressive Warriors. It doesn't seem like for them, the aggression's going to be stopping anytime soon. And indeed, they're just showcasing some raw aggression on the board. A51 in a fight against FORA. This can be a fight of the century, or also a fight for the good position inside the circle. The utility is being tossed on the point. Concha chipped up a little bit. It's not something that's going to affect Concha a lot. But considering the repositionings on the point too, so let's hope that maybe the upcoming nade that's going to sail in from FORA can actually find the opening they're looking for. If this opening's not found, then FORA is going to have a pathway filled with a lot of struggles. So A51 needs to be eliminated in order for FORA to have the best spot they can ask for. But I like the fact that Concha is now starting to fall back. He's playing a little bit more passive, instead prioritizing his life.
Chari, did he see Chari or not? That's the question. But it does not matter. He just gets run upon by Rogue. They identify that he is all alone in this particular spot, and FORA just went for it. They get that frag to their name, and Rogue will just get out of there unharmed. Not entirely, but yeah, if you're not knocked out, you can always reset. So yeah, completely unharmed. Chari, though, has been able to make his way towards the remaining players of Team A51. The backup was late for the earlier player, but now you have to be there for RMS. The push is there from Chari. The shotgun around the corner. S12K not connecting shots. It was just some fire, but now it does. Now it does. And even another player of A51 got knocked out by a third team outside who was trying to run in to provide some sort of support. So Chari, with the perfect timing, with the perfect knocks, has been able to get some good frag to his name.
The shotgun blow to the face. S12K, of course, doing its job in the close range. But then even Raw Esports getting up close and personal against A51 and just doing some light work against the opponents. Raw Esports, so proactive in getting that good control inside their hands. And as soon as they do get this compound wall control, maybe now Raw Esports' destructive plans will start to brew up. Raw Esports against 4Raw. Let's see how well these guys are going to do. They've got pretty much the same name. So Raw Esports, they're here to make sure that the opponents are going to be proven unparalleled. The opening's being found from the side of 4Raw. So that's an early advantage being taken over. But then a receiving knock coming in against the players of 4Raw, so that's not going to be good news at all. And 4Raw, they've only got 2 players to play with, considering even the Wall of Death is now going to start to move up. What can the last man do? It's a 1v4 scenario. The last man from 4Raw's got so much pressure. Even the Wall of Death is forcing him to leave this comfort zone. Zordy gets knocked out. That's a good way to kick things off inside the fight, but still you've got too many players to deal with.
5 more seconds for the revive. Does it even get in? Because I don't think so. 4Raw has enough time to get that medkit in before running down. So I think Jiggle knows it. The drop comes in. What? 4Raw with just 10 HP gets another knock. Ryuk has been able to get down, but then the zone gets 4Raw, and Ryuk does not have a lot of HP left to his name. It's a 1v2 now. But do they know Ryuk is in such close proximity? Done. The first shot misses. The random spray misses. 4Raw just has a shotgun. Won't be able to get the job done. It was not clean at all, but it was enough to get that chicken dinner. for the players of Team Raw Esports. Great job done by them. I guess what, 17 eliminations? 16 eliminations overall. 26 points. Monstrous game from Raw Esports.
A humongous game indeed. Raw Esports proving what they stand for, just showing that ruthless aggression inside the lobby. 2,777 damage to almost getting that 3K marker too. And now in the overall standings, these guys have taken that first spot already. Ruthless, aggressive warriors. If they keep moving on with the same pace, the other teams are going to have a heck of a job to catch up against Raw. And Raw, they're here to make that clear statement on day one itself. They're here to make that big difference in the overall standings. But for the other teams, it's a wake-up call as well, because 2 games are already done. You've only got 10 more games in your hand, and you got to make it all count. And today, you've only got 4 more games to make that stark statement. Raw Esports, indeed, doing good in all the factions. But ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, soon enough, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
Frozen Kingdom updates. Residents of Erangel, are you having a great time at the Frost Festival? In this season of miracles, come and see what new surprises await in the Frozen Kingdom. Flying reindeer. In the beautiful snowy village, you'll come to discover a new vehicle exclusive to this season, the sleigh. Don't forget to split up with your teammates to find the reindeer and connect it with the sleigh. With that, you'll unlock the magical flying reindeer. Ride it with your teammates and soar up to 10 meters above the ground and enjoy a panoramic view. If you want to acquire the flying reindeer even faster, head to the Lucky Ice Tower and be the first to ring the bell. A beautiful flying reindeer will respond to your call by descending from the sky. Surprise stockings. Moreover, there are many magical changes in Snowy Village. Find the surprise stockings on the walls inside houses and interact with them according to the hints from the phonograph. With that, you'll unlock additional supplies. Festive tree. Presents will also grow on the large fire tree in the center of the village. Admire its beauty as you pass by. Don't forget to shoot the presents, as there might be another surprise waiting for you. Soar high in a frosty fight. We're sure you are itching for the new snow battles. For more updates on the Frost Festival, be sure to follow our official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time.
I'm not gonna lie, that Christmas event looks pretty good, and I want to try it out myself. But what are you guys waiting for? The people that are currently watching this event, make sure to go ahead and try that event out because it looks pretty fun. But getting back inside the game once again, Fritz, as we did see the previous game, Raw Esports, they were not really able to secure that first game because the zone shifts were just so unpredictable. But now that Raw Esports, they've got their hands on that chicken dinner, I'm pretty sure it's a leash they're not going to let go of.
Not at all. And I mean, the MVP also should be from their team. They had, what, 16 elimination? Yeah. And I believe Sleepy was the one just carrying his team in that particular situation. Look at that.
11 eliminations.
11.
What?
Yeah, exactly. Out of 16, it's Sleepy who has eliminated, what, almost 3 squads by himself?
He did 70% of the job for his team. Or maybe more, probably 80%. 11 eliminations all by himself. 1440 damage wrapped up. Man, Sleepy, a one-man army indeed. This man's name is Sleepy, but he's definitely not sleepy inside the battlegrounds. He's quite awake. As you've got Row 2 with 6 eliminations wrapped up, Kansa with 3. You've got Ryuk with 2 eliminations, and then Jiggle with 3 himself. Jiggle being the IGL, if I'm not wrong, of this team, or at least Jiggle used to be the IGL in the past as well. He is supposed to be one of the best ones too. So if Jiggle is the IGL, of course, Raw Esports is doing fantastic once again. As expected, under the guidance of Jiggle, you can expect just greatness. In general, we thought A51 could have the best spot on top, but then unfortunately, 4 Raw just pushed on top and took it over.
Ooh, yeah, that's true. Great job done by all of these players. And let's have a look at the number of points that they were rewarded for. So Raw Esports, we already saw 26 points to their aim. Raw MN with 17. So they got that second spot. Good number of eliminations as well. making sure that they have quite a healthy lead against the players of Team Adroid 51, who themselves did a good job. Total 6 eliminations, but Kancha was the one who did the major heavy lifting from up top that hill with that mini 14. Adroid could have had a better game for if the players of Team Royman did not push Kancha out of his position, or if they were a little bit quick with the backup. Other than that, yeah, Adroid 10 points, HORAA Esports have 8 points. All of those points came in from eliminations, so that is interesting. That is also really good for HORAA. Just add some more placement points to your name, you should be good.
Indeed. Second page in front of us says A1NB. And once again, not being able to perform that well. AgonXI had a big downfall in the performance, but still they should be in a decent spot in the overall standings, considering they kicked things off on a great note. But then you've got Devil X Dragons with a massive hit once again inside this game too. So a lot of the unknown teams once again on the latter half of the board. If this keeps moving on, it's going to be a big problem in the food. For Raw, they have caught up once again, making it inside the top 2, and Raw Esports making it to the first spot with 41 points wrapped up. Now, as I mentioned, that's a remarkable, going to be such a massive climb for A1NB. They will need to have a nuclear game in the upcoming 4 games that they need to perform. But as we do have the latter half of the board, DRS2 on the 9th spot, Undergang Slayers not been able to perform once again. Noob Alliance on the same page.
Yeah, not looking good for either of these teams. So they still have a few games left on the cards for them, like 4 more games, different maps. Let's have a look at the maps that are still remaining. So we will be playing the next game on the map of Erangel. You have a Sanhok, a Miramar, and then another. So a couple of Erangels left. Teams are a little bit more comfortable, as I have heard, on this particular map. So let's see if Erangel could be of any semblance for either of these teams, because still now, we did see AgonXS I8 playing really good in map number 1, but then we talked about consistency, right, Necro? And this time around, they were not able to show up to the occasion. They got 2 eliminations, got eliminated on the 9th spot. This does not happen very frequently because this is a really great team, but then you have to perform the way Raw Esports did in the previous 2 games. You have to be very, very careful, but at the same time, rack as many frags as possible.
Well, you got to be careful, but the upcoming game is here, ladies and gentlemen. Match 3 of the day as the plane fly path starts all the way from Primorx towards the opposite side, which is going to be the northern side. And this plane fly path is going to be quite interesting because it's tilted on one side of the map. Now, if teams do want to move in all the way towards military base, Novropnoy, Milta, or even towards Yasna Poliana, it's going to be a decent stretch, but it's not that bad considering you can drop in towards the roadsides, you can get the vehicles, and then maybe try and traverse towards your drop location. DRS taking an early exit from that plane fly path. Let's see what sort of a start DRS is hoping for. In the previous game of Erangel that we saw some early collisions, so I'm hoping for the same inside this one too, considering the plane fly path is quite cruel.
Yeah, again, a very similar plane path as to game number 1. So still Milta Power, Lipovka. This time around, the Kameshki could be still available, but I doubt any team would like to go towards Kameshki. Or maybe a Stolber Kameshki split could be possible. Would be a little bit risky considering both these spots are very far away, and rotating from Kameshki is a very difficult job because Stolber is at such a higher altitude. But yeah, all those just were assumptions that have been proven wrong. Nobody going towards Stolber or Kameshki. I do see the players of Team A1 and B taking a split around shooting range and Severny. POC still towards the northern Georgia pole, AST taking that hospital area, AgonXS I8 flying towards that city of military base.
Oh, wow.
Should be well and good.
I love it. A southern circle to play with. Oh, this is going to be a date with destiny. This is something my eyes really wanted to see for a long time, and we are able to see that. Noob Alliance versus GEUD Gaming. Off the bat, we're seeing this collision happen. And Tommy gun in the hand of Souls. What's he going to be able to pull off? Utility being pulled in the front as well. Lucifer trying to pull off some interesting shenanigans. DBS up close and personal can, of course, come out on top against a Tommy gun. But the jump shots are being taken from Souls, hoping that maybe he can't find that crucial connection that's needed. Even the elimination feed is dancing up off the bat, and I just love to see some early collisions. Souls with a great opening for his team. That's going to give his team so much confidence inside this duel.
This is the second frag because one of their players got knocked out because of a Molly. Daughter also falls. GG this time around. Finally find themselves a good start. Two of the players dropped in this particular compound. The third one wanted to go across the road, but then as soon as he saw that his team needed some backup, there were a couple of players around this compound. Gets out, gets in the game, gets in the fight, and without losing a player, GG have been able to get a couple of frags early on. Great thing for them, GB and Mamatha just rotating away from this particular spot, making sure that they play for some survival points as ISSL. They did not have a good first few games. The third one just seems to be way worse than the first two.
Pretty much. Noob Alliance, they have taken an early hit, a massive one too. And now they're just down to a 50%. Only 2 players inside the game. What can they do? Man, even the firepower is being dialed so low. Noob Alliance, they are one of those teams that have already been struggling. So this is just going to add a little bit of salt on top of the wounds. AgonXI, as I mentioned, they're probably going to try to get their hands on a vehicle and then move it down south towards military base. For them, a lot of loot is waiting and also a good spot inside the circle. And considering it's a military base circle, Fritz, trust me, this is going to be an all-out war. It's going to be bloodbath.
I thought EgonXI would go for the bridge camp early on rather than going towards military base and loot. But yeah, it's also a good decision because you know all of these teams are going to anyways rotate towards this military base area. So you better be prepared for a war that is about to come, as you said, Necro. So yeah, EgonXI just waiting, hoping to get the best possible route inside military base. The timing is not good, otherwise they would have went in for the bridge camp. But then the other teams rotating from the main island will find free bridges. At least the military base bridge should be free. But then GG, look at that early rotation.
Yeah, well, there we go. Team's already going for that rotation because they know if they're going to try to rotate in a little bit late, then problem's going to start knocking on their door. It's better to rotate in as quick as possible, and GG is doing exactly that. A lot of bullets being unloaded in that same direction. So many mags being unloaded, but no success found in that. He's only burned through a lot of bullets. That's it. A lot of ammunition. But look at the elimination feed. You do see it dancing once again. Leo Esports, they're getting dismantled by FPG, but a return knockout comes in by Height Dami.
Kiwa gets another knock. Rex, although in this fight, A51, they wanted to get this frag onto their opponent team, but that's not the case. In the meanwhile, though, Leo Esports have been taken away from the map. GG, the team which used the bridge to cross, were being hunted down by the players of team A51, but now the tables have turned. All these A51 players are alone. GG want to take this fight against DG19, who's just all alone, just proning around the shore, and a couple of players of GG headed his way.
Oh man, so tough. Off the bat, you see Leo Esports being eliminated like that, and now A51 is being hunted down by the players of GG, and Cyrie's way too low. The opponent's quite well too. He finds both of them. Nicely done. A one-man army once again strikes in, but not a lot of bullets left in his Scar rail. He's got a UMP though. That can back him up. Farfrey going for that spray. Misses all the shots, but it's completely fine. He's got 2 death crates in front of us that he can loot up. And once again, restock on that loot. But Leo getting eliminated from the game like that by FPG is definitely a stark statement that FPG has made up. FPG is one of the new teams, and they've already managed to take down a known team inside the lobby.
That's true. Leo Esports taking an earlier exit will free up a few spots on the leaderboard. Wadu, on the other hand, is taking care of the players of Team Raw Esports. So that's a top-tier team being brought down by the players of Team UDG. That's another great sight for our eyes. A51, they've just got 3 eliminations to their name. Just one of the players of GG still surviving, Suki, in the city of Novorepnoy. Even A51 is like, yeah, you just go loot, my friend. You're all alone. It's better for us to take a safe spot inside the zone because we now need to play for the survival points. 3, yeah, it's not enough, but it's something better than nothing for A51.
Pretty much. And A51 already on the top, but not a lot of loot too to back him up. How are they going to try to play? How are they going to try to maneuver around the terrains? And look at DRS. A rotation from all the way down south. This is interesting. There's a chance they can be camped out by the team that's right next to them. And if I'm not wrong, that's FPG too. There's a chance this can't turn out so dicey for the entirety of DRS. And you can already see the players marching in towards that shoreline. This is not looking good. DRS, there's a chance they can be eliminated. The first knockout's found. FPG already off to a great start even inside that fight. They've already eliminated Leo Esports from the game, so they have tasted blood. Vikings from the far fray, even they want to make a rotation. But DRS, they need to be so careful because on the top, it's the players of FPG. And you can clearly see FingerPrintsGlobal. These guys are so desperate to shut down DRS. In the far fray, you do see the players of Vikings. XMPL looking to find at least that initial knockout, but it's going to be way too tough to do so.
XMPL tossing a few nades. Bian. Oh, I thought the nade was good, but it wasn't. X on the other hand has been taken care of. So DRS, they wanted to run out from the shores, but now they do not have a way up. That's the duality about this rotation. If you know the spots, if you know where you can climb up, it's fine. But then when you try, when another team of the same thought process is there before you, so you're just stuck. And that's where the players of Team DRS are. XMPL Killer cannot do anything about the situation until and unless the players of Team FPG decide to get out of this particular position. So yeah, DRS not in a great spot. FPG with total 5 defeats, probably some more headed their way, find themselves in a cool spot.
I mean, I said this, right? DRS, they are trying to come up with quite a clever rotation, but this can also bite them in the back. And that's what has happened. DRS right now, they're pinned. They can't do anything. A lot of time is being burned through also. And they're also running through a lot of loot. So that's a problem. Look at this. Last man from Vikings. He's still trying to swim towards the safer ground. It sounds next to impossible to do so. But if he's actually successfully alive from that spot, this can be quite impressive. All the players from FPG, they're just tunnel visioned on top of DRS. They do not want to let these elimination points go away. And who would want to? These are free 2 elimination points. You might as well try to latch onto those. But FPG, XMPL's already found. Great nade from Cyclone. And this is the exact opening FPG were looking for. DRS on the verge of collapsing. And only Killer of IT is left in the closer proximity.
That's it. I believe it's GG for DRS. 500 meters to get inside the zone is just not possible. The best thing FPG can do right now is wait for another good minute because the players of Team VKS are also trying to swim their way on this part of the map. But the blue zone is also attacking them. So it's just what? One bullet on either of these players of Team VKS. You'll find a few more frags. D1868 is still somewhere around the map. Cannot see him though. So that's an interesting player that is still surviving. Killer just giving his life away to the play zone. VKS also being eliminated by the play zone. They do not want to give the frag to the players of Team FPG. That's a good thing that is being done by all of these players, not giving away free frag points. And FPG now finally forced to rotate, will try to find themselves a better spot inside the zone.
FPG, guys on a move. Considering DRS Gaming, XMPL was knocked out. He will also be confirmed by the Wall of Death. Even Vikings A-Man gets knocked out and finished. Such an unfortunate turn of events, and this is why I love the military-based circle. It really challenges a team to think on the fly and make decisions as quick as possible. The teams that do manage to make those decisions quickly enough, they can come through victorious. But if the teams, they are delayed preachers, well, then they just have to go through some tough times. 100 times tougher compared to the teams that are already inside the military base.
Hey, look at that. Egonx I8, after looting military base, went to go in for a bridge camp, but now have to move inside the zone themselves. Falak has a good spot, is already inside, but then Crypto also has a ridge, which is a really, really good position inside the zone if he decides to. I think UZM is taking that ridge. So they will leave the bridge alone, but then will essentially force the players to come their way and get those frags. So a few frags could be there for Egonx I8 if they played out perfectly. UG though, look at that. Rega has his vehicle, is moving towards the center of the zone, wants to have the best possible spot.
Pretty much. FPG towards down south. FPG is probably the safest team right now. There's no one inside the base. All they can try to do is move up towards the apartments. You can't see those apartments towards the military base. And they can just take control of that C. Egonx I8 towards the left side, pretty much holding it through the bridge lines as well, making sure no one's going to trespass that area. So breaching it into the safe line is going to be even more tougher. HORAA, we've got them in front of us, and here we go. POC, first man found, as you mentioned. Yeah, free elimination point indeed. He was proned out in the open. I just love what Rogue's doing over here. From the back, he's pushing in. He's pretty much just pressuring these players between a sandwich situation for POC to be in. Cores in the center. One last man for POC. They can't do anything at this point.
Yeah, Core is like, I know I will be eliminated eventually, but let's take one of the players down.
Hold on.
Knew exactly where Aiku was. The second nade will confirm as well. That's just insane geometry by Core. He's a math major for sure.
Man, the cook on those nades was perfect. Perfectly detonated those nades too. Core, maybe there's a chance for the survival. A good jump shot from HORAA Rogue. But eventually a jump shot from the opposition team will seal the deal. And that's it, AST. At least they live to see another day. This could have been so bad. As soon as the first knock onto Ajay was found out, I was so worried for the entirety of AST. But as the wall of death is starting to close in, even AGONXI need to push themselves in a better spot. Fallock on the top, Core in the front. Core's proven out to be a big problem because he has already injured AGONXI. So AGONXI, they cannot take the opponent that light. They need to move in, prioritize their lives better. They need to move in, prioritize the zone better. And that's what AGONXI are probably going to try to do. You can try to camp the zone edge lines. You can be the Guardian Angels. But they do see the opposition team making a move on the opposite side of the bridge. Crypto trying to make it inside the safe zone. And yes, that's what AGONXI are going to do. They're going to hold the teams from breaching inside the safe zone.
Falak has thrown in a few shots, wants the remaining of the players to be cut off from this player who's already been able to cross towards the military base area. So AGONXI just delaying the inevitable.
Oh my god, Core.
And Core could still play the spoiled sport. He could get a couple of frags over here onto the players of Team AST. As soon as he pops this first aid, it should be his time to shine. Should be his time to get a few frags. User M throwing a few shots. AST, I think this is the death squad rolling in. Because the zone has taken away a lot of their HP. AGONXI could just follow up. Ajay goes down to the zone. Slayer does not have a lot of HP. As soon as he comes out on the other side, few bullets could be peppered his way. But no, wait a second, nobody does. So AST, at least they will be survived by a single player. Zio has also made his way in. So AST should be good now.
Core could have had the chance to mow the lawn in the front and play the spoiler, but unfortunately he didn't. So I guess AST, it's a lucky day for them. Zio in the front. AGONXI once again looking to push up close and personal. Crypto is there in the front lines, and yeah, nowhere to go. Zio being knocked out and confirmed instantly. It's Crypto, it's AGONXI. You cannot face up against them like that. You need to be in full force in order to take down such a renowned name as AGONXI. And considering the first spot in the overall rankings has been lost too, so AGONXI, they're going to be so desperate. A lot of shots missed on the Core. How is this guy still alive?
God.
He has made it out of death's hand so many times. He is found in deathlock so many times, but he still makes it out alive.
Finally, it is AST who finally take him out and about. I thought for a second, if he gets one more player out of the players of Team AGONXI, I would just lose my mind. On the other hand, though, DXD, nobody with a DP has been able to just spot Slayer and spray him down. So the knock is good. Yes, the revival will be thrown in. Should not be a problem at ASC with just 2 men surviving. For the next 90 seconds, should be fine because the zone will take some time to close in, and no team around them has decided to kind of push onto their spot. So they can chill for now, but then the medicines have already started to deplete. Slayer does not have any more first aid kits available. We'll have to just play the game on bandages in the meanwhile. So that means great shots from the players of Team UG.
AGONXI in a big deficit. Crypto's on the way though. He wants to get Fallock back up on his feet. And I guess that mission's going to be successful. AGONXI, no issues in that regards. Fallock could have been revived as well, but no, instead. The wall of death closing in. Crypto does not want to deal with the damage, so he decides to move inside the safe zone instead. Can't prove out to be a good decision over there. HORAA Esports. They spot out the players in the front lines too. FPG on a move. This can't be so bad. Cyclone pulls up close and personal, even though it does not really have a lot of HP to back him up. From the back, HORAA Esports can knock on the doors too. FPG, not the best of the situations you can ask yourself to be in. And Cyclone peeks out, even though he's only got 1 HP to back him up. A big mistake, and no fear from HORAA Esports is now starting to chime in too. What's going on? HORAA.
Look at their HP bars.
These guys are just shutting down their opposition like that. Yes, they're quite softened up, but still, they've got the advantage inside the fight, and that's all that's going to matter.
Both of the players will be brought back up. For a second, I thought the blue might just take away Sky in that situation, but he survives. That's the good thing. He survives, and HORAA Esports with all the 4 players will be able to make it through. 8 teams remaining, 20 players still on the board. All of them have to get in. Most of them have to get inside the zone. AST, 64 meters. This isn't a pretty number because you will have to leave your compound. And you just have a buggy. So, I mean, Incus is just playing with his demise right now. If they could get to the shack, it could be great. But Incus should fall, could fall, but survives.
Yeah, Incus.
Yeah, no, never mind.
Yeah, good spray. Good spray from Gangsta. Incus down and dusted. So Undergang Slayers from the top, just raining down death and destruction as usual. Chari in front of us. And Chari. Undergang Slayers. Chari is one of the most known players that this entire PMCO tournament's seen so far. Waru 2 on the top. Another great guy coming in. So this entire Undergang Slayer squad, they're quite the known players. But so far, they just haven't really been able to find that succession. XI in the front. Uzum's taking a lot of shots. Uzum and Crypto, a deadly duo. These guys can prove out to be such a massive threat for the lobby still.
Oof. Rega. Just try to spot the players of team. XI8. Uzum taking a few shots out of himself, but no damage done as of now. UG really have a good spot. It's a high ground. They can just scope out all of the area under them, get a few more frags, and then maybe make their move inside the 6 zone. For now, they're just chilling. 1 minute, 20 seconds on the clock. No problems at all. Use it, he's just peeking his head out, just baiting the players of Team UG, and I'm like, oh, try. You might be able to get it, but then just dips back out. So no, he knows that even if he's knocked out, it's not that big of a deal. The revival will be thrown in as UG won't just push in because it's a long rotation towards the players of Team Aegon XI8. Yeah, Chari gets that knock, but I don't think so. UG is going to do anything about it.
Pretty much.
Oh, wait a second.
Slayers.
I think they are.
Yeah, Undergang Slayers on a move. 4 eliminations wrapped up so far. Uzum's getting pounced on. Aegon XI, nowhere to go. There's a chance these guys can be picked off right here, right now. But Crypto's on a move. Crypto playing that future game over here. Crypto's thinking about the bigger picture, and I like that. He does not really want to go for the resurrection. Instead, wants to back away and play for the placement points for his team and make sure that Aegon XI is going to be surviving for the longer time inside this game. Just trying to get as many points to top it off. Undergang Slayers, these guys definitely on a path for redemption. Managing to get a decent amount of elimination points so far, and considering some of the tougher contenders inside the lobby that were already eliminated, I'm talking about Raw. So you can't say that. For all the other leftover teams, they've got a fair share chance of winning this game.
Yeah, let's see. Even HORAA also is in a good spot. 5 frags to their name, all 4 players in this game. So let's see how much more can they get. They have to move quite a bit inside the zone, 140 meters. Although they have spotted an area out, which will be good for them. But DRS is in a pickle over here. They have to take this fight against DXD. The volley to force the player out. That's just great utility usage by DXD. And DRS, they've been eliminated out of the game. And Devil X Dragon will find themselves a good spot inside the zone. The Watchtower should be good for now.
Ooh, took so much damage over there. So John, now going for the patch up. He's okay though. He's got a med kit, but that's the only healing he's got left over so far, and a couple of boosters actually. So John needs to make it all count. HORAA in front of us. DevilX Dragons. Now even these guys are going to be on the move, considering their backs were against the wall. And HORAA Esports, they do see the players of DevilX Dragons approaching towards them. And DevilX Dragon, they're going to find a soft spot to make it inside the safe zone. But HORAA Esports on the top, even they've got their own troubles to deal with.
Yeah, UDG. That is the team you have to be careful about. The mini 14 shots are landing. Mafia Ninja brought down to 50 HP. Should be able to reset. And now No Fear trying to provide some sort of cover fire. Random spray. Just tracking the red markers that are coming on the mini map. So, HORAA, they have deployed a few smokes as well. Just trying to cross inside the zone. But UDG is not going to make their life easy at all. Even A1XI8 still have to get in. It's just Crypto who's still surviving. But on the edge of the zone. Now, no more teams to worry about, as what a 20-meter radius near him is completely clear. Other than that, yeah, HORAA Esports also now should be fine. UDG have rotated away from the top hill spot, and all of these teams peacefully should get inside the zone. Or maybe not, because HORAA is going in for a different rotation, which just might collide past or XI8. The run over, it did happen, right? Yeah, thank God. It did happen, but before that, Malik was entirely taken down. And now UDG Vadu takes a few shots onto Sky. HORAA in a world of trouble over here because only 2 players survive in this situation.
Oh my God! There we go. Last man easily dealt with. HORAA Esports down and dusted from this entire lobby. Undergang Slayers, as I mentioned a while ago, these guys are on a path for redemption, and so far, they're actually making it all count too. On the top, in the best spot they can ask themselves to be in, and they've got so much control off the land. And the amount of information these guys can rely back on is just incredible. Chari repositioning himself in a better spot inside the zone. DevilX Dragon in the front lines. 851 too can be a massive threat to them. But as long as Undergang Slayers, they do utilize that entire information in a good way, no issue. It should be faced by them. 851, they've got their own troubles to deal with, considering they're right next to AST and also DevilX Dragon. So it's like a sandwich situation that A51 is in. A51 just needs to make sure that they're not peeking out and giving any information away.
The only thing I do not like for A51, as you said, 2 different compounds, man. One vehicle slam will just end it for one of these players, and then at the end of the day, you have to play it out as a team. So that's the only concern I have for A51. Other than that, it should be fine. Even UG, they've taken 2 different angles. Wadu, making the most out of it, has been able to take down nobody. It's a good knock, but then the revival is there. Kancha was also trying to just get a get a knock in the meanwhile. The player was trying to go behind to get that revival. We'll be able to bring that player back up. So DevilX Dragon will be back with a 3-man squad. Gangsta just jumping around, running around, trying to find a way inside the zone. That's something you'll have to be wary about. Chari gets that final player of AST out of the game. That's another frag added to their tally.
A51. I mean, especially when DevilX Dragons is being pressured by UG from the top. And now as they're trying to make it inside the zone, it just sounds next to impossible, considering even A51 is now starting to take some shots against him. What can the players of DevilX Dragons do at this point? Nothing. They can do nothing. Sujan's the only man all the way back in the blue, and even he's getting chipped away, and he probably does not even have a lot of his first aids to sustain that much amount of damage that zone's putting on top. And yes, that's it. DevilX Dragons, they've been eliminated on the 3rd spot inside the game. UG, they're probably going to be the winners off this entire one because they've got the high ground to play with and also the man advantage to back him up. A51, all by themselves inside the compound, being pinned, being pressured, and now also being surrounded by the opponents, by the foes. Wadu repositions himself in a solid spot. From the top, it's going to be Chari just mowing down the lawn too. Just pressuring even more against the players of 851. Utilities being tossed inside the house. Look how low Concha is too. And Gangsta just keeps on tossing in those nades. Finally finds that success. And that might just be it. Pulls out the TBS. Goes for a couple of spam shots inside the smoke. DG19 is the only player inside the house. But even now he's starting to get dealt with. And that's it. UG are going to be your winners for the Game 3. And with that game, we also reached the halfway point of our day.
Great job done by the players of Team UG. They went in for that high ground control. The only team that I thought might just play a difficult role against the players of Team UG were the players of HORAA Esports. But a weird rotation by that team led to their elimination, and after that, Undergang Slayers, they never looked back. They just went on, got those frags one after the other, waited for the play zone perfectly, and ended the game on a positive note. Great game by the players of Team UG. More to come after this short break.
जो भी घर है, जो भी ऑब्जेक्ट है, उसको हम अपनी मर्जी से डिजाइन कर सकते हैं, अपनी मर्जी से उसको चेंज कर सकते हैं.
कसरी गर्छ भन्दाखेरि अब मैले चाहिँ वाउ मोडमा यसो हेर्दाखेरि 4v4 TDM म्याप्सहरुमा चाहिँ 2-3 हजार जना मान्छेहरु जहिले एक्टिभ देखिरहेको छु.
त्यसपछि चाहिँ अनि यो प्र्याक्टिस गर्न पाए हुन्थ्यो भन्ने भयो अनि त्यसपछि सबैले मन गरायो.
उस टाइम मुझे उसको बनाने में 10 दिन लग गए थे, लेकिन अगर अभी मैं वो मैप बनाऊंगा तो ऑलमोस्ट मैं 1-2 दिन के अंदर बना सकता हूँ इजीली.
हामी कम्पिटिटिभ प्लेयरहरूलाई चाहिने भनेको चाहिँ प्र्याक्टिस हो र वाउ मोडबाट चाहिँ हामीले धेरै नै प्र्याक्टिस पाएको छ.
मार्कर मोड चाहिँ मैले कहिल्यै हेर्थेन, मैले लाइफमा सोचेको थिएँ मैले हेर्थेँ भनेर, बट एडिक्टेड हुने रहेछ के थिएँ.
इसका जो फ्यूचर है वो काफ़ी ब्राइट है.
Welcome back after that short break, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, the previous game of Erangel was quite interesting. Some of the big dogs got eliminated off the bat, including Raw Esports. So this time we saw new winners coming up in the name of UG. But considering UG also had a decent amount of finishes at the end, I really want to see how the overall standings are now shaping up, because definitely a lot of these teams are looking forward to catch up.
Yeah, but before the overall standings, let's first have a look at which of the players had the most impact in the game. Let's have a look at the MVP for this entire series. Should be a player from UG, and it is. It is Chari from Undergang Slayers. 6 eliminations to his name. Almost appropriate damage. Got 3 more knocks except for the eliminations. And overall, a great game for him.
Indeed, and especially in the damage aspect too, you can see 628 damage dealt with the assists of 2. This man, of course, was doing a great job. And as I mentioned, this entire team is filled up with legends. And this is what you expect, which is greatness. But still, some of the unknown teams, some of the known teams are struggling a little bit too much. I hope that struggle is going to be ending in the upcoming games, because as I mentioned a while ago too, with that previous game, we've reached the halfway point of our day. That means 3 more games to go today. And that's quite less. So you need to make it all count from now on. DG19 with 2 eliminations wrapped up. Wado's over there too. Then you've also got another player from FPG with 3. Gangsta over there from UG once again getting those 3 eliminations wrapped up. As we do take a look at the match rankings, 23 points accumulated from Undergang Slayers. That's a really good marker being hit.
Yeah, they really needed these points. I mean, they were struggling in the first 2 games, but after that, this third one has been a great one for the players of Team Undergang Slayers. Great job. HORAA Esports as well, 7 eliminations. Could have played better, but at the end of the day, they will finish this game with 10 points. Android 51, 9, Aegon XI8, 8 points. Not the worst game for Aegon XI8, but then considering they just got 3 points in the previous one, a little better performance is needed in the upcoming game.
Of course, but soon enough, we're going to take a look at the latter half of the board. And as I mentioned, some of the big dogs, some of the big suspects got taken down quite early. That's why we saw some interesting kerfuffle in the final few moments. But as we do take a look at the latter half of the board, you're going to see POC. You've also got A1NB. Once again, a bad start and a bad ending for them. Raw Esports, it's completely fine. You cannot really do good all the games. One of the games, let go. It's completely okay. Still, that first spot in the overall standings is not going to be compromised by anyone else. Then you also do see 4 Raw, which is Ramen. On that 12th spot, DRS Gaming, once again, the struggles keep on continuing. Leo Esports, the same thing for them as well. Vikings slipping out in this one is definitely going to be affecting them quite a lot in the overall standings. I mean, this is the match rankings. Now, soon enough, we're going to move on towards the overall standings to get the clear picture off the storyboard and how it's shaping up. And you can clearly see, as I mentioned, Raw Esports, no hit on their regards, but then you see Undergang Slayers instantly just boosting themselves up 7 positions. That's crazy. A big leap.
From the second chance to the third position. That's what Undergang Slayers just did with one game. And this will be the case for at least day number 1, because all of these teams, look at that. The difference between Viking and ROA Esports is not entirely huge. It's just a difference that can be covered in 2 games if Vikings can play it out perfectly. So these jumps are going to continue. ROA Esports, the only reason I say they just fumbled in this game was because of the play zone. It was not the best possible one. It just went completely down south. So a lot of teams faced difficulties. But then in the normal few default games, I think in the map of Sanhok, all these teams are going to perform a little bit better. But other than that, A1, NV Sports still to show up, AST, DRS, all these teams have not performed as we expected them to.
Yeah, I mean, of course, on day 1, the overall standings are going to be quite fragile, right? So you need to make sure that consistency has to be the way to go. But teams like the Raw, they've already built a great foundation in the first 2 games. So 1 game slipped away, it's completely fine. But now Raw Esports, in this game of Sanhok, these guys need a decent amount of points to sort of sustain that first spot, to be the king of the hills once again. Because as I mentioned, Aegon XI losing out on that first spot has definitely struck them quite a lot. And the upcoming game is going to be the game of Sanhok. And Sanhok usually brings in that RNG factor. It usually brings in that astonishing factor. So Sanhok's going to be even more fun because we might just see a lot of aggression off the bat.
I mean, Sanhok is one of those maps where cover, no, you just don't have to find cover. Just press the prone button. You're instantly in cover. So that's a speciality of Sanhok, the long grasses. But other than that, yeah, boot camp is going to be a fun place to see. I don't think so we'll see a lot of drop clashes. It ain't a classic game. So you will have teams dropping towards different areas like Dock, Painan. All these cities are going to be crucial. So they have to make some decisions. For some teams, it will be hard decisions because this could be a map that if swung properly could go in their favor. I'd say A1NB, they need a game that Team UG had. They need a game with 20 plus points. This could be the one if played out properly.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. The upcoming game of Sanhok's going to be on the way as the plane flat path starts all the way from Hotten towards Pantai. This plane flat path is a little bit tilted, but still, considering the map is too small, it's not going to be an issue at all. You can easily stretch to any of the drop locations you want to go to, so no issues in that regard. I'm just looking out for some drop collisions because, once again, as I mentioned, there's quite a lot of these new teams, and there's a chance we might see a drop collision off the bat. I'm expecting a drop collision inside Painan. Let's see.
Painan, no, that would be interesting because Painan is anyways divided by a river into 2 different parts. So taking fights in that particular city is going to be fun. ISSL, they entirely are not in that city. It's a very big split that ISSL have taken. 3 different islands and 1 player on each, I believe, is the strategy for ISSL. Interesting one. I mean, want to make the best possible rotation, maybe?
Yeah. I just want to point one more thing out. Now, we have seen one team in the past going for the same drop way, and usually it works out in the first day, but as soon as the team started to take the research on you, then that's not going to work out anymore. But hold on. We just saw a squad wipe instantly in front of us. I was trying to explain a point, but then A51 just comes up with a squad wipe instantly. Unfortunately for POC, that was not the start they wanted inside the map of Sanhok, but even another drop clash inside boot camp. Devil X Dragons being provoked by their opponents, not inside boot camp, actually inside Camp Charlie. So for Raw, this is going to be an interesting one. For Raw is definitely a freak of nature. They've definitely got so well mechanics, so it's tough to see, or it's tough to know which one's going to come out on top. But getting back to the conversation that I was having, right? Once a team does the research against you on that particular drop spot that you've had towards Painan and pretty much that distributed drop spot, it's not going to work out because teams know that you're quite spread out from each other. All they need to do is just push onto that one player, take him down. You're already handicapped, and then a squad wipe can be on the way. And we've seen that happen once in the past.
Yeah, all that will happen if they are able to perform in the best possible way, right? Top 3 is what ISSL need to get to at least be noticed, because right now their performance has been just subpar, I'd say.
You can't say they're free points too. They can't.
Not at all. But then if you want to counter a team, that team has to perform good, right? So if they're just getting eliminated with 2-3 points, nobody's going to pay attention. Oh, yeah, right, we can get these frags. Nobody would give them specific attention to anti-strat against them. That's what I'm saying. So
Yeah, but
that split drop that they've taken, they need to get what, like 4 or 5 frags and be in top 5 to get noticed by these different teams.
nothing like that. I mean, especially when you're in desperation to get the points. So ISSL can definitely be an easy takedown. I mean, that's 4 points for you, and that can help you so much in the overall standings.
Okay.
If you're a team on the top looking to get on the first spot, then these points can be counted so much. So everything matters. And for now, Devil Eggs Dragons, these guys are being faced up against HORAA, man. This is going to be a tough encounter, man. Nobody. Shots were taken with that barrel. Connections were definitely found, but once again, DBS being pulled out in up close and personal combats. It is definitely something that brings me so much anxiety. But A51 being struck down by the opposition this time. It's going to be the players of GG. A51, this might just be karma facing them inside Paradise Resort. And that is definitely not a paradise anymore. It's an hell resort. As we've got 4 men in front of us once again. For HORAA, these guys, they're just not letting go of Devil Eggs Dragons.
Yeah, they've got one knock, and even Sujan is very, very low. There is a mole in the back lines of Team 4 for HORAA, so that is something that they'll have to be careful about. And for HORAA, it's a 2v2 in this particular compound. Sujan does not have any medicines available, just has one a booster, an energy drink that he can just try to use. But Sanchir, a complete arsenal of weapon, wants to get this knock as quickly as possible.
Oh no. HORAA. These guys definitely looking quite confident in the approach that they're trying to take here. Devil Eggs Dragons, as you mentioned, a 2v2 inside Charlie. This can be an interesting encounter. So far, no one's really looking forward to make that push. Because you never know, maybe a shotgun can be waiting for you around the corner. So you got to really watch out. And there we go. Sancho's going to be able to kickstart things on a great note. As Sujan's a little bit too low behind that wall. Sujan hears the footsteps approaching him, and what a great pre-fire. Instantly puts him to sleep. Nobody too. He's able to find another one over there. For HORAA already in a great advantage inside the fight.
For HORAA, they just did not check one corner, and that's where nobody was hiding.
Oh no.
So I don't think so nobody is going to survive for long because he does not have a helmet available, and Sanchir has a headshot angle. Oh, never mind. Nobody escapes. He does not want to take this fight. Arrow is trying to chase him down, but it's a 1v1. You would not want to give this last remaining player an individual 1v1. Sanchir being shot upon. Nobody just facing towards the stairs, wants to take some shots. Raj is jumping around, making as much noise as possible so that his teammate can finish the job from behind. The DBS around the corner. One shot is what you need, but Raw cannot find it. Sanchir brought down to very little HP, but finally the jump shot from Arrow will make sense, will get the job done, and Devil Eggs Dragon out of the game.
Oh, DG19. Shotgun being pulled out from this guy. A51. I mean, they have been struck once in the past, but then Vikings stoop from the far fray. Third parting this entire scenario. Rex finds another one. Souls gets taken down. GG. As I mentioned, there could have been a chance A51 could have been hit with karma. But no, A51 still standing tall inside the scenario. Suki goes for the peek. Unfortunately, no return frag. So that's an okay move being made by the opposition, but still A51. They're playing so passive because they know currently the ball is not in their court.
That's another smoke being thrown in. They want to get that revival so that they can deal with DG19 as soon as possible. He is the only threat right now because the other two players are far away. Kancha now finally getting that revival. Sairi has pinned them down. So it will be a 3v1 if GG decide to go for that fight. Let's see if they dare do it because it's a shotgun. It could be a massacre. They do not have nades available. Otherwise, DG could have been flushed out of that position very early on. But now that is what GG has to deal with. Let's see if they come out on top or not.
Let's see. GG. I mean, this fight is extending for a little bit too much. And we might see a third party hit up soon if this fight doesn't get wrapped up as quick as possible. Once again, a knock being found. Openings are being found left, right, and center for A51, but still, that pressure isn't coming in from DG19. DG needs to do something. He definitely needs to. He's got so much opportunity to pounce on top and take an advantage of the entire scenario that's popping up. Farhad is being knocked out once again. GG.
Third party.
Even for them, this is not too easy. And as I mentioned, if this fight does not get wrapped up too easily, too quickly, then the third party's going to hit up. But a good shot from Syrie. Shuts down the man in the front. DG19 knocked out. Another one follows up. What's going on?
Shot.
And another one from Syrie. Quick peeks from this man and light work.
It was only Farhad who got taken down in that entire fight. It could have been way worse. It was a 1v2. And Syrie, with a little bit of help from the outside, has been able to clutch this round out, clutch this fight out. GG, they still lack a lot of medicines, but there are enough number of crates around them to go around and get that loot for themselves. I thought it was a fight for A51. They managed it perfectly. They handled it perfectly. But at the end, a 1v2 with that small little position, with that very atrocious weapon DBS. And that's where they survive. That's how they survive. GG still in the game.
Keep one thing in mind. This is the 4th game of the day. You've only got 2 more games inside today's day. As I've been mentioning over and over again, this is quite a short grand finals. You do not have a lot of chances to prove your worth. So from the start, you really needed to make it count. Only a couple of teams have been able to do so, including some of the known teams. They haven't really been able to prove their worth so far. A1NB is one of those. And A1NB, as I mentioned, it is one of the oldest organizations. And the oldest player in that squad is Sinister. And even he's struggling so far. I'm not sure what exactly is going wrong with A1NB. But man, these guys need to wake up as soon as possible.
Ooh, Viking. On the other hand, though, they have not had a fight for quite a while. That one frag came early on, but after that, it has been quite all along. UG, on the other hand, a team which has just got that chicken dinner, is also still hunting. Waiting for the zone, not even hunting, waiting for the zone to close in and then maybe go in with their rotation. So 4th or the 5th zone is where we will see a lot of chaos. In the meanwhile, DRX, they find a few frags out of the player of team 4 Raw. So even Raw and Men in not the best possible position, best possible stance, just working around with what they have. Even NB, they did hear a lot of shots around that Paradise Resort area. So Sinister is trying to scout out anyone that he can, maybe take a few shots, maybe get a few knocks himself. But then he's all alone, so he needs to be really, really careful at the same time.
Pretty much. Needs to be really careful. DRS Gaming in front of us. XMPO, a man to be feared, for sure. Killer of IT as well. A name that has got so much legacy backing him up. Noobalites, all the 4 guys just running out in the open. I'm not sure how safe of a pathway this is going to be, but luckily for them, it doesn't really seem like there is anyone available in the closer proximities. Maybe in the far fray you do see DRS. They can be a possible threat, but at least for now, it doesn't seem like Noob Alliance, they've got anything to worry about. Raw Esports, a good knockout against the players of AgonXI. Agon being able to find one player from Raw itself. The second one found 2. What a beautiful nade that was. Fallock. Raw Esports now taking down only 2 players. Sleepy is still alive, though. He can't be the MVP of this entire fight if Sleep is able to turn the tables. But I highly doubt that's going to be the case. Because Agon, they've got much more of an advantage compared to the players of Raw. Another knockout found. Crypto is going to be the one to shut him down. What just happened? Sleepy, you try to back away. Oh, that was a hell of a shot from Crypto.
Ooh, AgonXIA, they find the best possible solution in that particular situation. Raw reduced to 1. And now not looking in the driver's seat as they were in the first 2 games. AgonXI could be the team toppling them over if they continue with the same wrath. DRS though, look at that from the barn area, might just get into that fight against the players of Team UG. A1NB also in close proximity. FPG around that area of Mongnai Camp Charlie, I believe. So DRS, the rotation is not going to be easy at all. Plus you have vehicles, so you will make a lot of noise. It won't be easy at all for DRS to get inside the zone. Even Leo Esports getting in from the southern side of Paradise Resort. And Paradise already has a fight, AST versus GG going on. So this could be a good third party if Leo can find the timing right.
Oh, look at HORAA too, all the way in the back. Before now, you've got DRS chiming inside to fight themselves. This can be a good fight to witness. DRS Gaming, all the 4 players in a dominant spot so far. And I like the fact that they're spread out too, just trying to go for the maximum amount of land control that they can get. And at least for now, DRS Gaming, they have got a certain amount of control inside the entire map. And that's something they can't keep on relying on.
GG on the other hand. On the minimap, I did see a knock on one of the players, but then I think he has been brought back up because Farah, they lost him early on in that fight against the players of Team A51. Now DRS, they have no idea, right? Finally the footsteps being given in, but then Rega is just too accurate with the DBS. Finally some sort of cover fire being provided by XMPL, but a little bit too late, and then even Killer has been found out. So everything falls apart for DRS. It's just literally a second over here.
Oh no. And the last guy from DRS is on a move. What's going on in front of us? It's so tough to even wrap my head around it. For a moment, I thought DRS was making some good calls on the board, but then on another moment, you see DRS getting picked off like that. XMPL now being the only glimmer of hope that's left over for DRS. They're trying to pull off anything. A1NB approaching this fight. This can be an interesting one. XMPL is able to shut down Sinister. That's not a good news at all. Sinister down and confirmed. A1NB once again. This can be a bad game for them. Sinister, overeager. That over-aggression from that guy. Lack of discipline is something that's really costing Sinister this game. Even Leo Esports has been eliminated by the Noob Alliance. So many surprises, so many shockers so far have been witnessed.
Oh, grenade.
Yeah, indeed a big stun, huh?
I mean, GG, Sairi had been knocked out, so Suki needed to do something to relieve the pressure, and that knock will definitely give Soulless the time to get that revival. Oh, the flank is also great. If Suki just goes out a little bit, might just be able to find Ajaya, but he knows his bounds. He knows his discipline. He wants to just play it out as passively as possible, has that great angle, wants to make the most out of it. But needs to also make sure that he does not get shot in the back. For now, we know that there is no one on the minimap, but Suki does not have that information. So needs to play accordingly. Ajay pushing up forward. Zio being tagged up. I think it is the players of Team XIA who are throwing in some shots. But here come the players of Team ISSL. The Noob Alliance is also here. And Suki now caught in an awkward spot.
Noob Alliance looking for to knock on the doors. ST's found the opening.
What?
Oh my god, that nade was a 3-pointer. Tossed in from such a far fray. But then GG, they're here to steal the elimination points. Suki, he's also getting peppered down from the back lines. Lucifer, he's got a man approaching him. He's also going for the cook on that nade. Looks to toss in, but instead chips in damage on himself. This is not a good news at all. This is players cracking under a lot of pressure. And GG eventually pushes up and gets the confirmation onto that player. Big rookie mistakes being made by these players. And now Noob Alliance, they've only got last 2 alive. Jimmy and Mamata. What can these guys do? Last 2, Noob Alliance, a lot of pressure. Needs to make the climb on the overall standings too. And now, GEUD Gaming, good shots. Suki shuts down another player from AST. And just like that, that's it. The opposition team's been eliminated.
Oh, great decision making by the players of Team GG. Could have gone the other way, but then that nade from AST just helped the players of GG get in up close and personal and get those eliminations to their name. A little bit unfortunate for ISSL. They did not expect Suki to be in that position to rack up those free frags. XIA also helped in the situation, got that knocked for GG, but then Suki, a master of rat, I'd say. First gets the frag on the knocked out player, then XIA gets a knock out to ISSL, confirms that frag again. So 2 frags, he had 0 contribution in their knocks, except for the pressure, of course. But
pretty much
great job done by that team. I just want to play it out passively. After that, they already had 8 eliminations to their aim. HORAA on the other hand, look at that. All 4 players surviving, but yet to find a frag.
VIKINGxSS in front of us. And all the 4 players being spread out. The same thing you can see from the side of HORAA. Just trying to get as much land control as possible.
Rotation.
Crypto caught lacking. He was trying to make it inside the safe zone, or at least towards the cover, but he gets caught in the midway. And now VIKINGxSS, they've only got 2 more players in the back lines. Falak is the man to in the middle, in between. But I guess even Falak gets shut down. HORAA, these guys are doing such a great job executioning, or pretty much executing the entirety of I8.
They also have to deal with 2 different teams, right? VIKINGxSS, behind you have the players of GG. In front there are nades raining in from the players of Team HORAA Esports. So VIKINGxSS find themselves in a very difficult spot. But all props to HORAA to keep them alive, in this situation. It's all down to Aiku. This upper edge should give information to Mafia about this last player's location. He himself moves away. So he should be a dead man walking. Within the next 5-6 seconds, he will be eliminated, and there we have it. Sky just goes in, gets that elimination, and even though I8 had a dream start, their end ended just over here on the 8th spot.
Well, that's a public execution right there. They just got taken down in a flawless manner. HORAA Esports not even breaking a sweat in that fight. Just perfectly getting rid of their opponents. And that too in the name of I8, which is supposed to be one of the deadly force inside the lobby. Nicely done, HORAA Esports. I guess now these guys are back in form. And look at the amount of land control HORAA Esports has. Incredible stuff. FPG2 now starting to make it inside the circle from the southern side. There's a chance even A1NB can try to make it in. But Noob Alliance is one single player, which is in the name of Mamata. He can't play the spoiler.
Ooh, A1NB, they could lose another player if Mamata goes unchecked. I believe he will. And Suki is playing for the heal battle, I believe. Probably a lot of first stage and just try to play outside the zone. But yeah, Mamata spotted down. A1NB throw in some shots, get that frag confirmed. Even Chari is in a very tough spot. Just the last man surviving. Shouldn't be entertained for long. Yeah, Vikings, they get rid of him. So all these solo individual missionaries have been taken care of, and now it will be a team fight all around. GG with 2, I believe. Oh, never mind. It's just 1, and Suki also spotted down by Deathstorm. Easy job, easy knock, easy finish.
Target prioritization is something that you really need to work on. And also making decisions on the fly. And so far, HORAA is one of those teams that has been able to successfully make those decisions on the fly without any issues. And HORAA, considering they've also got the most amount of land control to play with, you've got Vikings in front of us. And Vikings, they've got the best cover that they can ask for. But considering it's on the edge, even Vikings, they need to be a little bit more quick. Try and wrap up as many elimination points as you can. And currently, A1NB is the one in the receiving lines.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, another player's knocked out. This is not looking too good for the players of A1NB. There's only 2 more players up and alive, standing tall. And because the play zone is also dealing so much damage, I guess A1NB, they cannot really withstand the amount of damage that the play zone is currently inflicting on top of him. FPG, FingerPrintsGlobal, a team that has been able to stay under the radar so far. These guys have made it out alive for such a long time. Let's see if they can be the winners.
They've been able to get rid of the Overwatch over here. So Sky has been taken care of. Even Vikings is focused onto the players of Team HORAA. So HORAA is not going to have an easy time. They will need a lot of utility, a lot of smokes to bail them out of this particular position. In the meanwhile, NB Esports finally ran out of the first 8 kills that they were trying to apply and get eliminated out of the game. But now it's a proper 4v4v4 fight. It will be a standoff between all of these teams. Malik spotted down, but BR does not connect the remainder of his shots. Leaves him 1 HP, but he will be able to pop that first aid in. Cyclone trying to toss a few nades. Malik is low, and even Mafia Ninja does not have a lot of HP left. These nades could do a lot of damage. Cyclone gets 1. No Fear could be the one going out after this nade. Sky tagged up quite a bit. I think that's it for the players of Team HORAA Esports.
Nah, HORAA's too low. Mafia Ninja 2 in the back lines. HORAA with the last 2 remaining players will make that one last man alive from the side of HORAA. Mafia Ninja, too much to live up to. And eventually even he falls down. I guess No Fear is going to be the one now to be all the way in the back. And yes, No Fear now definitely decides to be back up. wanted to strike back against the opponents, but then it's the players of Vikings making their presence known inside the lobby, and I guess Vikings, they're probably going to be your winners too. Nicely done. They're taking control of this entire battlefield so far, but FPG, this single man Kiwa is looking forward to stop the players of Viking in their own tracks, but it looks a little bit too much. It's an Herculean task in front of us, and yes, he collapsed in front of the players of Vikings. It's going to be Vikings finally coming out on top inside this game of Sanhok. As I mentioned, Sanhok is supposed to be that astonishing factor. It's supposed to bring that new winners, and that's what has happened. Vikings finally finding that success in the previous game.
5 eliminations overall. Not a lot, but at the end, if you add up the 10 points, it will make a good number. 15 overall points for the team. Vikings with the perfect third party, and they have been able to get that chicken dinner. For a second, I thought FPG might be able to calm the situation down, but then that ultimate push onto the players of Team HORAA, them losing a lot of players to the Vikings spray, just got their players down to 1. And at the end, yeah, in a 1v4, without any cover, the odds are always against your opponent. So VIKINGxSS ESPORTS, great job done by them. 15 total points acquired in this game.
As I mentioned too a while ago, Vikings, they were just trying to slip under the radar, and they did that perfectly. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to toss to a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short commercial break. And yes, as I mentioned too a while ago, the game of Sanhok always brings in some astonishing factors. And once again, we did see new winners, or sometimes you might just say a team that you did not really expect to win. Because we did see the players of Viking just slip under that radar, make sure that they were not really taking a lot of contact in the early phase of the game. And then when the time was needed to strike, they pretty much strike the enemies down and came out on top.
Yeah, they just played it out perfectly. Vikings, they were in survival mode for the first 6-7 zones maybe, and suddenly as soon as they saw fights happening nearby, they were like, oh, we also need to shoot back to win the game, and that's what they did. So VIKINGxSS ESPORTS, the MVP, is going to be a player from their team. 2 elimination, but the damage does not do justice for him. 700 damage acquired by Mad Machine, although was a little bit unlucky in terms of elimination.
Yeah, well, we've got the top 5 players in front of us, and you've got Crypto 2 on that second spot with 3 eliminations, 553 damage wrapped up. Sanchir there with 3 and 555 damage wrapped up. Sairi there too, and Suki there. But pretty much 3 eliminations by all the 4 players left over. As you do see the match summary in front of you too, 54 eliminations so far, and Nox have been 63 in that previous game. I mean, in general, it was an absolute all-out war, as I mentioned, or as you expect in the game of Sanhok. The action started off the bat, right? We did see the battlegrounds heat up instantly.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, from the very early drop fights, around what I think it was Camp Charlie, if I'm correct. That's where the fights essentially started, and then every other second we had a lot of teams fighting it out. So it was a great game. Vikings being out on top, surprisingly, even though they had a very less number of eliminations, but nobody was able to match that. GEUD Gaming, they also get 10 points from the game. FingerPrintsGlobal also get 10 points. A1NB, yeah, see, not the best possible game, but at least a decent one. 9 points, you still can say, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the second page is now in front of us, and you've got Undergang Slayers with only 5 points wrapped up. Raw MN2 with only 4. In general, the latter half of the board is going to be teams that struggled in the previous game, and some of the names, definitely, I did not expect them to struggle. Raw Esports, in the first 2 games, these guys were looking like freaks of nature. But now, in the previous 2 games, I don't exactly know what's going on with Raw Esports, but there's a clear downfall when it comes to the point structure. But now let's move forward and take a look at the overall standings and find out, has Raw Esports still managed to maintain that first spot over there? And yes, they still have. They're still on the first spot in the overall standing. So I guess Raw Esports, they're chilling for now, though. But AgonXI, they're way too close to find that closure on the first spot.
Yeah, good thing for AgonXI, they just 4 away. So this particular game, if they're able to somehow eliminate Raw Esports early on, they should be well and good and be sitting on that first spot. But the other teams on this page, 18, 16, this is something that you just cannot continue with. And especially, I'd say, Pride of CTG, 4 points, you have to do better than that. A lot better than that.
Without a doubt. I mean, you've got DRS Gaming, a team that I had so many expectations from, on 12th spot. I do not even need to speak a lot about DRS Gaming. These guys have got such a humongous past. But now that DRS Gaming isn't able to perform, this is definitely starting to raise a lot of concerns. Devil X Dragons, these guys were able to play quite decent in the game of Erangel, but then once again, a downfall was noticed inside the game of Sanhok. But overall, let's just hope that maybe in the upcoming 2 games, these guys will be able to wrap up the force, because we've got the schedule in front of us once again, and the upcoming game is going to be the game of Miramar.
Ooh, this game is going to be fun. Miramar is definitely a map where we saw the previous time Raw Esports getting the chicken. But other than that, Miramar, it was a fun game. A lot of teams had a lot of fights. Even for Raw Esports was another team that got a great start in terms of the comeback that they were able to finally throw in. So the other teams, I'm looking forward to them, especially teams like GEUD Gaming, because that's another team that played good on this map of Sanhok. Finally saw Seuk performing in a really good fashion. 3 eliminations, 2 of them were stolen knocks. But then you also need to have presence of mind, knowing that you have a shotgun going around the corner, getting the frag, and also jumping right back into cover so you're not traded. Presence of mind was definitely there. GG, another team on my watch card.
Of course, GG is one of those teams that is not afraid to take the fights, and we've seen that so far. They're pushing up against the opponents without any issues. Inside Paradise Resort, quite a lot of scrappy moments were witnessed, especially when there were so many opportunities you could have pressed up on the opponents and pretty much try to seal the deal. But unfortunately, still, there were quite a lot of those scrappy moments. Hopefully, that's not going to be happening in the future lines, but it's just the game of Sanhok, right? Sanhok really just brings in that weird pressure on top of you, because you just never know where a player is going to be on an off-angle position, and just waiting for you to step out of your cover. As soon as you do, maybe the player can take you down. So there's always these demons that you're fighting in your head. Unfortunately, the same thing happened with the players of AgonXI. The same thing happened with the players of HORAA too, where there were 2 teams just focusing on top of them, Vikings, and there was another team that was right next to him. So at this point in time, you can't really do a lot in the game of Sanhok, because the final few circle, if it's out in the open, you're screwed.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Sanhok is completely a zone-based game, I'd say.
Yeah, it's unpredictable.
You could be entirely skilled, but once the zone is not in your favor, you're completely out of the game. The best thing you can do is try to run inside the zone and hope that nobody sees you, nobody shoots at you, but that generally does not work. So Sanhok is again one of those games where you can just give it away. It's fine. It was not your game, and maybe bounce back. But now, once again, back to the default team maps, back to Miramar, back to Erangel. Now, these 2 games, especially for the teams who have performed good in the first 2 games, Leo Esports, Team Raw Esports, they have to jump back in. They have to play into the hands of their opponent team. They have to get those frags early on so that they can perform good. Raw, you get 2 good games, but that does not mean you can drop the other 2 ones as well. Because in the past 2 games accumulated, they just got 1 point. Sanhok, it's like they did not even play, because 0 points is what Raw had. Leo, I believe, was eliminated on 2 points in that game of Erangel, and now we're here without any points. So this is something we do not expect from teams like Raw and Leo, and probably they will be bouncing back in this map of Miramar.
Probably. I mean, there's a big probably right there. You can't really say anything, because So far, one thing is for sure, you cannot really deny the fact that in the previous 2 games, there has been a big downfall for even Raw.
Yeah, that's true.
So you never know. But maybe the upcoming game of Miramar can be a big turn of events, but I've still added a maybe over there because considering moving in from Sanhok, which is a aggressive map, towards moving in towards Miramar, which is going to be like a mellowed down pace where things can start off in quite a passive note, it can be a big pace changer for these teams.
Yeah.
Now, as I've always mentioned, Sanhok brings in that X factor, but you cannot really expect that X factor in the map of Miramar unless some cruel zone shifts are going to be there, which I highly doubt that's going to be the case, or unless if you're going to be seeing an urban finish, which is quite rare.
Yeah, I mean, Miramar as a map is a very fundamentally strong map. So if you're good with rotations, if you're good with your gunfights, that to very close range gunfights, it should be fine. But then when it comes to those mini 14 battles, predicting the third parties, if you're stuck in a battle and you see a third team also joining in, that's the time you need to just get away. Even if you have an advantage, even if you have like what a 2v4 advantage, your opponent is 100 meters away, get away. It's not worth it because the third parties are also very, very quick, considering there are so many high ground areas where you cannot even see the player and he will just get a spray onto you and you'll be eliminated. So it's a bit of a 50-50 situations like these. But yeah, third parties is something Miramar is very, I'd say very much known for. But other than that, if your rotations are good, if you know which fights to take, which ones to avoid, it should be good enough to take you to at least till the 5th zone. From there on, it's entirely upon the zone, the zone formation and your gun power.
Now let's talk about some of the known teams once again, right? DRS, Leo Esports, A1NB. A1NB, for them, the downfall we've seen, and it seems like up till now, the downfall is definitely there. A1NB isn't able to rise back up from the ashes. DRS Gaming, though, a team that was supposed to be one of the most consistent teams that Nepal has to offer. So far, DRS Gaming isn't able to find that succession as well. These guys are on a downhill curve. I hope that maybe in the future they probably can make it, but how long that you can keep on hoping in the future, because you've only got 2 more games today. So you cannot really burn through a lot of time over there. The same thing can be said for Leo Esports too. A team that has been known for their aggression in the past is Leo Esports. But so far, that aggression just isn't working out. Their mechanical skills are not on point.
Yeah, I mean, see, it's just 4 games. And we sometimes when the tournaments are long, we say that this team had a bad week, had a bad day. But when the format is so short, when you just have 2 days to perform, only 12 games to play, days like these cannot exist, especially if you're a top tier 1 team. So
yeah,
that is something. It's like saying you cannot play bad on a specific day, but then you're not just feeling it. You're just not feeling today.
Exactly. When you're a tier 1 team, when you're a top team, you cannot make excuses like that at all.
Yes.
You cannot say that, oh, my day was bad, I wasn't really doing good on this day, or my week is bad. No, you cannot. There's a reason why you're better than all the other players that are out there in other regions, other countries, or maybe in your own region. There's a reason why you're the best that Nepal region has to offer. But so far, DRS just not been able to play that well is a big sign of concern. At least HORAA Esports was able to sort of showcase what they're capable of, so they should be okay in the overall standings. But still, teams like DRS, they're in a big world of hurt. Teams like Leo Esports, they're still in a big world of hurt. They need to make that leap on the first half of the board, which is not tough at all because on day 1, the overall standings are quite fragile.
Yeah, that's true. Day number 1, anything can happen on the leaderboard. And especially with still 2 more games to go, I still give them a chance to, maybe finish the day in the next 2 games with around 35-40 points. If you're able to get those number of points on the board, day number 2 should be a little bit easier as compared to some of the other teams, as compared to maybe say GG on the overall leaderboard. But considering you get 35 to 40 points in the next 2 games, which is a big ask because you will need to be in top 2 with good number of frags. It won't be easy, but when the first 4 games do not go your way, this is something you'll have to achieve, or this is something that you'll have to do to get yourselves back in the action, to get yourself back into the top 3. That's at least I believe that's what you're aiming for. So let's see. You still have 2 games left. Miramar is going to be the next map, and surprisingly, I'll give you a fun fact as well. We've seen DRS play a little bit better on the map of Miramar as compared to Erangel, because I exactly cannot recall which split, but in I guess in PMPL we did see DRS doing good in the league stages, and their Miramars were like phenomenal always a top 5 finish, always getting 6-7 frags to their name, around 15 points on an average on those Miramar maps. So something like that has to be repeated today, or you'll have to go home with the day with very less number of points.
I mean, that's the thing, right? As I mentioned, DRS is the consistent team that Nepal region has to offer. This is a champion teams, dude. But still, them not being able to perform itself inside PMCO is a big sign of concern. Them being able to perform in some better events in the past is, of course, a big glory, is like a big legacy for this entire organization. But now the drop-off inside PMCO itself can raise a lot of concerns and a lot of fingers. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The upcoming game of Miramar is on the way, as we do see the plain flat path in front of us, starting all the way from El Azhar towards down south, which is going to be Cruzdale Valley. This is interesting. So we do see Cruzdale Valley right next to it as well. I want to see if anyone's going to be dropping inside Cruzdale Valley, because that's like a drop location which is quite isolated. But yeah, the plain flat path is going to be on the opposite side towards El Pozo. So once again, another tilted plain flat path, which can raise a lot of concern for a couple of these teams, and we might as well see some drop collisions, because this was the similar plain flat path that we saw
Exactly
in the previous Miramar too.
Yeah, so this will lead to again teams being a little bit uncomfortable and maybe exploring a few new drops. So this is where I'd say the coaches play a role. So if a coach watched game number 2, you exactly know where these teams like to play. So areas like Campo Militar, which have really good loot, were empty earlier. But this time around, I do see the players of POC moving there. So that's just good adjustment. Some teams are very stubborn, like Aegon XIA, they're still going towards Los Leones. So you know that you just cannot drop around that and try to compete with a team who have such superior gun power. So I believe nobody will go towards that city of Los Leones. But yeah, other than that, I believe DXD might have a fight on their hands, because I believe both of these teams are going towards Torre Hamuda.
Indeed. And then you see the next circle pop up too. Even more interesting, right? Especially when you see things like these in front of you. It's something that really causes a big concern. And I think so this was the similar type of circle that we saw in the previous Miramar too, but it was a little bit on the northern side. But still, it's not something that's going to be adding that X factor. But there's a chance we might see the Los Leones circle soon enough. So I'm really hoping for an urban warfare, because that's going to be something that will add in that spice that is definitely needed inside the competition. UG, quite close to the players of Raw. Raw dropping inside Picado once again. Leo has spread themselves out so far apart from each other. Not a huge fan of this split, but if it works out for them, if that's what rocks their boat, they should definitely go for that. GG2 inside Monte Nuevo. No issues in that regards. No issues in that spot too. El Pozo is completely isolated for now. No one's dropped inside El Pozo. DRS towards Hacienda del Patron. Even these guys have spread themselves out quite far apart from each other. And then you've also got the players of HORAA towards the right side, which is going to be Impala. A1NB making it towards Los Leones, which is completely cleared for now. And A1NB is also going to have a smooth sailing towards Los Leones. No issues in those regards. A51, a team in the previous game of Erangel, these guys were in the top 3 if I'm not wrong. But after that, once again, A1NB has been deactivated. These guys need to do something better, especially A51 too. Even these guys need to do something even better. A lot of these teams are not able to perform. And now they're going to start to get a little bit more desperate. This game of Miramar might just be a demonstration of how desperate these guys can be for those elimination points, can be for that first spot in the overall standings, because who doesn't want to be the winners? Who doesn't want to be the champion of this entire thing? For Raw, right next to the players of Avon NB, once again, the rotation can be cut off. In the previous couple of games, we have seen these teams taking that early hit, being handicapped off the bat. So let's hope that's not going to be the case once again.
Yeah, well, we will have to wait and watch for that. If we talk about the players of Team DRS, Hacienda del Petron, that's where they are around. No early drop fights. Surprised by that a little bit. But I believe AST will try to get inside the zone, might have to fight it out against the players of Team DXD, or if they go in for a different path, maybe from Hacienda del Petron, that's where DRS is. So AST will have a tough time getting in. Other than that, HORAA Esports also very far away from the remainder of the teams. La Cobriara, one of the players towards El Pozo, Trailer Park, that's where he looted out. Creative Fields was completely left empty, but now they have also started off with their rotation. So 4 minutes for the first zone to close in. They will be given fair amount of time to get in as quickly as possible. But yeah, other than that, no early fights, no early players being eliminated. That's a good sign for every other team.
Indeed. DXD. So far, these guys looking pretty isolated, looking pretty good. No issues. These guys are going to have some peaceful time to loot up off the bat towards Crewsdale Valley. I was mentioning this spot too. I was saying that no one usually likes to go over there, but these guys are pretty okay. So yeah, everything pretty good. Everything pretty smooth for these guys. So Devil X Dragon
Smokes being carried by Nabeen over here. That's interesting. 7 smokes. Good amount of utility present for Nabeen. Other than that, every other player has already stepped into his vehicle and now trying to rotate away. Decent early loot acquired by all of these players. So getting inside the zone now should not be a concern. Let's see. Devil X Dragon, how do they play?
move towards the high grounds. Even for Leo Esports, the struggle has been continuing. I'm not sure what they need to do in order to get themselves back in line, but issues keep on continuing. Raw Esports, a team that is still doing pretty good on the first spot in the overall standings. So it is pretty okay for them. Standings. They will probably try to take it slow inside the game of Miramar. And so far, they haven't even left their drop location. So that in itself should be a knowing of how slow and passive Raw Esports are probably going to be playing. They will try to play for that late game. Jiggle, a man in charge for this entire roster. Can try to do something. Can try to pull off some shenanigans. But for now, no one around these guys. Raw Esports looking pretty good. Vikings, the winners of the previous games. They've definitely got the ball in their court. They've definitely got the momentum with them. But can they really make it count though? That's my real question. It can be a tough one to do so. Vikings, especially when we see them in front of us. It's something that I did not really expect for them to play like this. But they have been performing pretty well. At this stage inside the game, all you can try to do is wrap up as much info as possible. Try to close onto that centric spot inside the circle. Just in general, try to get yourself a good slot booked in the circle. And once you do so, well, the upcoming few stages can be...
They're like, yeah, we are taking the dead center of the zone. We do not want to be the team that needs to rotate for the next 2 or 3 zones. And that's what you'll get, because at some point this zone is going to leave water. So that 10-20% of the area, there will be another side shift, or maybe a western side shift at one point of time. So A1 and B calculating it all and getting inside the zone, getting a great position as quickly as possible. And so are the other teams. I do not see even a single player on foot right now. All of them just trying to get inside the zone as quickly as possible. Vikings right now, I think they have spotted a team. They were taking a few shots as well, but no knocks as of now.
DRS Gaming All the players in front of us. A51 finally engaging inside a battle. And they've already found the opening knock, so make it 2. A51, they're just dismantling the entirety of Devil X Dragons, and they have been eliminated from the game too. What just happened over there? Or pretty much on the verge of getting eliminated from this entire game, I guess.
Left.
Yeah,
It's
just one last man left.
Just the scouter. I think the one who spotted them down early on went out, tried to get away out of the harm's way. His teammates stopped behind, but then A51 just better in terms of shooting back. A droid. It was a rotational clash, all right. So DXD, they just had to go in, get the job done, or maybe escape. They had two simple options. They opted out for a fight. A droid just wins it out single-handedly. 3 early eliminations. Great start for A51.
Indeed, a great start. A51, I mean, as I mentioned, this is another team that is trying their best to showcase themselves on the board. But unfortunately, in some situations, they just get caught and the decision making is lacking. And that's the only reason why A51, they sort of struggle. Making those decisions on the fly and being as quick as possible, that's where A51 isn't really able to come out on top. Good utility utilization, and that's why Raw is now starting to get the advantage, but then DRS2 from the back lines is now tapping away. Vikings, the winners of the previous game, there's a chance they can be instantly picked off here. For Raw on the top, DRS Gaming, with the advantage that they've got, it's definitely going to be tough to stop their hands.
Ooh, DRS. A few shots being thrown in. This is just some third-party shenanigans going on from their side, because the main battle between 4 Raw and Vikings has already started. Vikings losing players left and right. It's all down to Machine now. He is the only one standing. Tries to toss it onto Raw, but he will rogue, but will get an off angle and will be able to get the job done. 4 Raw, they do not even lose a player and have been able to eliminate the entire squad. This knock that even arrived over here was a third party by the players of Team DRS. I don't think so. Ryuk will have a lot of trouble getting back up and running. And Sanchi rocking that M24. Lovely. Lovely shot as well. He just takes the head clean out of that POC player.
Indeed, it is a tough outcome. POC. Rums with an AMR in his hands is definitely looking quite a deadly force. DRS Gaming with 3 players up and alive. X and PL being taken down a while ago. DRS now, they've got a little bit too much to worry about, but still, it's fine. With these 3 players, victory is possible. Only if they do not really lose any more players in the upcoming stages. Then, AgonXI taking a dig against the players of Leo. Haidami taken down and confirmed instantly. For Leo, they're always taking these early hits, and that's why it's next to impossible for them to win the game. Another player falls down in the name of Yuta Uta. Leo getting dismantled slowly and steadily, getting devoured by the players of AgonXI. And Leo, nowhere to go. They've only found this compound to play with. It's a big compound, but with only 2 players, it's going to be tough to share.
Tough to share, tough to hold. I mean, Leo find themselves in a tough spot overall. So let's see how do they come out of it. A51. Kangcha. Just trying to see anyone, just trying to spot anyone he can. But yeah, no bueno. Cannot see anything. 3 frags overall for A51. They're happy. They're like, yeah, we have started off good. ISSL on the other hand lose Jimmy very early on as AST. They found the caravan of ISSL trying to rotate. They're like, yeah, give one of the players to us. The rest of you can try and evacuate. But if you stop, you will fall, Mamantha. And that's what happens. ISSL on the verge of losing another player.
Yeah, AST going for the taps. Rogue, nicely done. Finds another knockout. Noob Alliance struggling once again inside the fight. There's one man in the clotheslines in the name of Totter, and that's the only man that's holding the string together for a Noob Alliance so far. But AST, now they're starting to back away. Repositioning is the key for a fight. And that's what the players of AST are trying to do. But instead, they're being wise in this one. Backing away. But the players of ISSL, they're getting a chance to be back up on the feet, and that can be a major concern. A1NB once again playing that centric spot. These guys always have a good position, but they end up screwed up.
Yeah, the zone is going to deter if that happens again or not. Not for now. Again, another brilliant zone prediction by A1NB as it goes towards the western side. Still, pseudo center is where the players of A1NB are located, and I believe it is a compound, so should not be a problem to hold for the next maybe 2.5 minutes. And the other teams, most of them are already inside, but looks like Raw and GG might have a fight. And if Raw decide to rotate from a different position, FPG might also get involved in that battle.
A1NB. I mean, being in the smack center, it's not really working out well for them. It is a good spot to be in, don't get me wrong, but they're just not able to play off of that spot. That's the problem. They're just not able to feed off of the enemy fear. A51, just showering those bullets against the players of HORAA Esports. And oh, the man is barely alive, but he still comes out on top. Malik, that's some incredible stuff. Now going for the patch up as well. HORAA Esports, they somehow have managed to bounce back from death itself. And they're looking so good, at least for now inside this stage of the game. And we've got the players of POC in front of us. I mean, HORAA Esports in a comfortable spot. It's better not to challenge them in this entire scenario. And one more thing I'd like to point out. There's a lot of people doing the watch party too of this entire tournament. So thank you so much for doing that watch party. But HORAA Esports, oh, Malik is finally looking forward to find some connections. A51 trying to bounce back from this fight.
Yeah,
and Rumps
it's over.
Knocked out, finished. And that's it. A51 eliminated from the game.
Good job done by the players of Team HORAA to control the situation over there and take POC. They're trying to take some shots out of the players of Team UG. Chari just survives with what, 30% HP left. But prior to CTG yet to show up, this team hasn't shown an impactful performance till now. This could be their game because they still are inside the zone.
Indeed. POC, once again, just eyeing out the compound. They know the players of HORAA Esports are just trapped in that one. POC in much more of a better spot compared to the players of HORAA. DRS trapped in the front. At least they're barely making it inside the circle, but still, Raw, they've got more freedom of moving around. And for Raw, they can utilize that freedom and try and choke the players of DRS in that spot because DRS is cornered and their confidence is looking all-time low.
Yeah, DRS. They've already lost XMPL early on, so it's a 3-man squad remaining for them. Plus on the edge of the zone. So for how long do you even think you'll survive if you do not take some space, if you do not take these early fights? Because at some point of the game, this zone is going to betray you and then you'll have to move inside the zone with zero information because you were not peeking early on. You do not know who is there up in front of the ridge. You do not know if the rotation back from behind that particular area is safe or not because you're not even peeking, you're not even collecting information. So a little bit too passive for my liking. But hey, let's see if DRS can make that work. Look at A1NB, once again, comfortable inside the zone. But that overcommitment you talked about, Necro, in the previous game, I believe that might again impact A1NB if Sinister gets taken down. He was playing so far away, but finally decides to join back with his team.
Sinister was scouting that compound just in case if A1NB needs to reposition. But now Sinister got the confirmation that the compound's completely clear. So A1NB knows that that compound is grabbable if they do want to. A beautiful nade. Nicely done, DRS. Once again, a great start inside the fight. Shotguns up close and personal. Can't find him that value. But DRS, they cannot really underestimate their opponents like that. The first man was found, but then that's it. DRS, they put the players of 4 on their graves.
Yeah, they also had a little bit of help from the players of Team AST, and looks like that they are also going to do some damage onto the DRS guys. AST from far away were able to rack up 2 frags, but now they want 2 more. They want to take the entirety of Team DRS down if they decide to push in. Or they don't really have to because DRS are still outside the zone. Getting inside will mean a fight against the players of Team AST, but they themselves get third-partied by FPG. From behind, Jaya gets taken down. The revival will start, but in the process, DRS might be able to rotate out of the harm's way.
FPG, even in the elimination feed, you can see them getting those eliminations wrapped up. DRS Gaming, another challenger approaching in the name of AST. But AST, they'd probably like to stay to that comfort zone because they're barely making it inside the circle too. They've got the edge to play with, and they do not really need to hurry things because DRS is outside. On point, so you'd really need to be extra cautious against him.
It's all about the first knock in these 4v3. So that's something DRS really want. Finally, Killer gets a knock, but his HP is AST. Also chime in, get that final frag, and with that, DRS will bite the dust.
Pretty much. Raw Esports, sleepy. A lot of shots were taken.
Yeah, so let's goes down.
Yeah, he does find the opening. And now Prabeen looking for to make the move against the opponents. A good cover fire from the back. Sleepy's doing such a great job in providing that cover fire. Prabeen in the front's going to seal the deal. That's it. GG. Just like that. Being eliminated from the game. Raw Esports, this is what you call a perfect execution in the fight. Everything went as planned.
And not even a player knocked out. Sleepy was just too accurate with his M4, especially that long range knock. The player who was supposed to give some cover fire, if he falls, then the players up in the pit area just are waiting for them to be completely eliminated, because without cover fire you're just dead. AST in the meanwhile now will face a lot of shots from the players of Team POC, not just shots but nades as well. POC themselves have taken some damage. Saigon has already been taken care of, but does it even matter because AST in a world of shambles over here?
Riot of CTG over there. NBA knocked out and finished instantly. And POC now looking forward to get the revenge against the players of AST. Core is the man in the front lines, is the man in charge, but he gets put to sleep instantly. POC, no matter what they try, everything is just failing against the players of AST. And AST, what a good defense. Definitely looking quite uncrackable. Slayer now getting inside the vehicle, making it inside the safe zone. It's going to be the main priority. And from the back, it's going to be the players of HORAA Esports. Just shutting down the last leftover man in the front. Raw Esports too, they've got their own troubles to deal with at this point in time. Too many fights happening. Raw Esports, they need to claim that first spot in the overall standings, so that's why they're fighting.
Yeah, but a couple of knocks, one from FPG, one from the opponent team. It is troubling them a lot. One from A1 NBA, but the revivals will be thrown in. Cyclone is still trying to throw some random shots under the vehicle, trying to get just a little pixel out of place so that he can stop that revival, but that's just not going to happen. Raw back with 3. The fourth one should also be revived. Sleepy should also get that revival. But yeah, FPG is doing a great job. They're applying as much pressure as possible on the players of Team Raw Esports, so they cannot focus on the fights that they really want to take. They have to play defense right now, so that's what they're doing. Smokes deployed all around, going in for the revivals. FPG on the other hand now finally maybe shifting focus towards a different team. No. They just go right back to the players of Raw Esports.
Yeah. AST. Oh, HORAA. Not really in a good position. But at this point in time, the circle's out in the open, and the only thing that can be your friend are the terrains and maybe a couple of vehicles. AST moving in like a dominant force too. There's 7 teams alive in total. And it's state 6 of the circle. Crypto on the opposite side. AgonXI is still making it out alive, and that's a big concerning factor for all the unknown teams, including the players of FPG. FPG, so far, looking pretty okay. They found another player from AST. AST, nowhere to go. They're getting pinned and pressured by 2 players at the same time. It's going to be AgonXI, and from the back, it's FPG.
Look at this. Raw for just 30 seconds ago were in trouble. Both these teams were fighting against Raw, were getting those knocks, but now the tables have turned. Now once the zone starts to push you in, the zone makes you uncomfortable in the position that you are, you just tend to fight amongst yourselves, and that's what's happening. FPG and AST, that's the fight that they're mutually taking, and now it's all down to Zeo to survive. FPG also do not have a lot of players. It's just a couple of players in front of him. Zeo can still pull out a 1v2. Aegon XI8 finally throwing in some shots. Zord gets knocked out, but then Sleepy answers right back.
Oh man. FPG. Aegon XI, considering even a little bit of breaks have been installed in them, so they cannot really peek out. They cannot really be aggressive anymore. Playing a little bit passive should be the way to go. But Aegon XI, considering they're in full force inside the game, and I also like the spread that they have, everything should be like a smooth sailing. As long as they're getting rid of their opponents as they're moving in. They need to be the cleanup crew. FPG in a fight against the players of AST. This could have been so close, but FPG looking for to come out on top. AST still that man at the front lines, is not willing to give up anytime soon, and that's why AST still running in the race. But soon enough, there's a chance they can be eliminated.
Oh, AST, Zeo gets another knock onto Cyclone. This is looking like a very difficult game for the players of Team FPG. They were so much in control, but now they've lost all of it. Zeo put in the final battle, but Bia finally comes out on top. Somehow saving his team from elimination. Wants to go in for the revival. Aegon XI8 on the other hand have been able to get rid of the players of Team Leo Esports and still are fighting with the players of Raw.
Crypto knocked out. Confirmation can be there. Uzum, even he's going for that prone. Aegon XI8. Considering these guys, oh no. Well, I was about to say that these guys were looking like in full force, and well, as soon as I say that, they just get eliminated within a flash. Aegon XI going down from 4 players to no. FingerPrintsGlobal still somehow making it alive. You've got A1NB. They had a solid spot to play with. There's a chance A1NB can come out on top finally, because they've got a hard cover to play with, and all the other teams are quite exposed.
Ooh, FPG, they will get that revival at least. Cyclone will be able to bring Bia back up. But yeah, this is looking like a game between A1 and B and the players of Team Raw Esports. FPG could play the spoiled sport, but that's about it. They're not also in a prime position to do something about this. Raw though, Sleepy gets one and then there's the second. Both of these knocks will have a huge impact, because both these players from A1 and B were supposed to provide some sort of cover fire. FPG suddenly will become alive because a couple of knocks from the players of A1 and B, and they will be back in action. Raw Esports is their game to lose. I'll say outright. I'd say that just outright. It's their game to lose. It's a 4v2v2. They just have to wait patiently. They just have to be accurate, and that should be the game for them. Deathstorm also falls. Sinister's frag might just get stolen down by the players of Team FPG, but that does not mean that Raw Esports would be in a whole lot of trouble. It should be still a game 1 for Raw Esports.
I'm not gonna lie. This just makes me question what exactly is going on with ANNB. This is one of the most known teams that South Asian region has to offer, and still making mistakes like that. Bad decision making is costing them this game. They had the best position inside the circle they could have asked for, and they still managed to mess it all up. And now the ball's in the Raw Esports court. All the 4 players from Raw Esports, quite comfy. Hitman can be the only player who can possibly play that spoiler. Praveen's position's compromised, and now Raw Esports exactly knows where the opposition teams are too. If Raw Esports wants, they can definitely go for that compound. That's on the left side of them. But I highly doubt that's going to be the case. Instead, Raw Esports, they're probably going to try to play it a little bit more safe instead of going for that extra bit of a risk. And for now, taps have been taken. Good knock. Found. Praveen knocked out. Raw Esports, the wheels are quite exposed, and because of that, their toes too.
A1 and B still can make the most out of this situation, although the zone is going to force all of these players out. Cyclone left with very little HP. Hitman exposed to the players of Team Raw. Zordy gets that knock onto Deathstorm. This was a very important fight that Deathstorm needed to win. But now Hitman also all out in the open. A whiff coming in from Sleepy. Uncharacteristic. But somehow it does happen. And now it's a 3v2. FPG can still very much win the game. Cyclone gets a knock. And they've done it. I believe that they've done it. FPG. They've got that chicken dinner. They've stolen it away from the hands of Team Raw Esports.
FPG getting that chicken dinner. But hey, it doesn't really matter. Raw Esports, all they needed to do was have a solid game, and they have. And that means they're still going to be maintaining that first spot in the overall standing. For FPG, yes, this can be a bit of a bounce back, and you really need to question yourself, was this bounce back too late? Because you've only got one more game after this. That's left over. And that too, it's going to be the game of Erangel. 19 points in total accumulated with 9 total eliminations and 1592 damage dealt. FPG definitely making a statement, but it can be too late. And that's a big point of concern. Even NB making some rookie mistakes in making that decision, and because of that, they also lost out in that previous game. Raw Esports, the ball was in their court, but somehow FPG were the one to come out on top. Definitely quite a lot of surprises, but ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. Welcome back after that short commercial break, and there's only one more game to go. But the previous game of Miramar was quite interesting. It was
Match summary, day 1, match 5. Elimination 62, knock 72. This is your longest elimination 405, total healing 7348. Match ranking मा रहेको छ सबभन्दा सुरु फिंगर match ranking at the fingerprint already भइ नै हाल्छ. Match ranking total placement point पाएको छ यसले 19. प्लेस पोइन्ट 10 अनि 9 चाहिँ एलिमिनेसन आएछ 6 रको अनि 15 भएको छ भने चाहिँ ठीक छ. आगरा एक्स को 13 त्यसपछि एएसटी को 12 त्यसपछि HORAA को 8 आइछ त्यसपछि रक एम को लियो को 3 4 आइछ DRS को त्यहाँ DRS को 2 कस्तो हो के यार DRS को गेम त अरु बिग्रेछ यार आजकल किन कस्तो साह्रो बिग्रेको हो यो DRS को गेम यार यो लाग्छ मलाई पोरो साल PMGC को सेकेन्ड रनर अप भएको मान्छेहरुको गेम यस्तो छ त त्यो पोरो साल PMGC को रनर के फर्स्ट आउने कस्तो थियो होला त्यो चाहिँ थर्ड आउने वालाहरु कसा थियो होला DRS को यो गेम देखेर त मलाई त हाँसो लाग्न लाग्यो त यार PMGC के PM पोरो सालको PMGC कसरी सेकेन्ड भयो होला भन्ने हो के मेरो लागि त यार र स्पोर्ट्स सबभन्दा माथि छ ओभरअल र्याङ्किङमा आर्गन I8 छ 58 52 38 38 एलिमिनेसनले फरक पारेछ HORAA र रनिङको तर माको यो सेट त HORAA खतरा खेलिरहेछ त हैन त्यो FingerPrintsGlobal FPG छ त्यसपछि अनि US छ UGS छ त्यसपछि AD A51 छ त्यसपछि VE छ त्यसपछि अरु A1B अगाडि छ DRS 13 को 13 मा छ डेभिल एक्स ड्रागन 11 मा प्राइड अफ सिटी 7 ओइ प्राइड अफ सिटी त चिकन खाइन र भने हेर्नु पर्छ यार थाहै भएन MVP राइट 15 बार वी यहाँ गलत छ ए प्लेसमेन्ट पोइन्ट कम छ के फेरि यार न प्लेसमेन्ट पोइन्ट उसको के GEUD गेमिङको र हाम्रो यो DRS को बराबर छ नि त पोइन्टहरु अनि त्यसपछि 15 छ नि त यसो हेरेको किन कम छ भनेको त लास्टमा प्लेसमेन्ट पोइन्ट पो पुगेन छ त प्लेस पोइन्ट विनर सेकेन्ड सबभन्दा सुरुमा ए लेखाएको छ र लेखाएको छ अन्डरग्याङ लेखाएको छ त्यसपछि भाइकिङ लेखाएको छ अनि यो के थियो यसको नाम थाहै भएन यार के FPG के थियो अब एराङ्गल छ लास्ट म्याच सेकेन्डको त्यसपछि गेम सकिन्छ गाइजहरु त्यसैले हामी रमाइलो गरौँला गेम चाहिँ खेलेर न 9 बजी के छ यार 9 बजी सकिन्छ हो यो गेम के भएको 9 भनेपछि त 9 छ भयो भने चाहिँ 9:30 बजी सकिन्छ गेम आज भन्नाले नि यो 9:30 बजी सकिनु भयो यार गेम जाओ नि भयो दोस्तहरु हाय हम टुर्नामेन्ट खेल्ने भनेको गाइजहरु यार त्यो DRS सोडाउनको लिङ्क ला हो के भइसक्यो सोडाउन काममा त यही फेब्रुअरी कतातिरबाट हुन्छ भन्ने जस्तो मान्दै थिएँ यो साल ओके गाइज फाइनल्ली सुरु भइसकेको छ हाम्रो लास्ट म्याच यो गेमको जस टुर्नामेन्टको लास्ट गेम भन्दा नि जस आजको म्याचको लास्ट गेम सुरु भइसकेको छ प्लेन 5 चाहिँ सुरु भएको छ हस्पिटलदेखि कामेस्की एन्ड हुने गरी कामेस्की साइडतिर जस के भन्छ मलाई थाहा छैन धेरै दिन भयो PUBG नखेले मैले नि हाम्रो DRS हरु कहाँ झर्यो DRS मिल्टा झरे कि चेन्ज गरेर ठाउँ DRS ले आफ्नो DRS को फ्यान आई डोन्ट नो जेसुकै होस् संचार DRS DRS के DRS हुँदा लाग्यो पनि निकाल्नु HORAA स्पोर्ट्स जाँदैछ HORAA स्पोर्ट एस नयाँ जान्छ होला DRS फार्म या मिल्टा जान्छ A51 मिलिट्री बेस गरेर जान्छ क्या आर्गन I8 सुरु गरिसकेको छैन तर जोन बन्यो गाइजहरु है लास्टमा जोन चाहिँ बन्यो मिलिट्री बेस र मेरो लाइफ फेरि बिग्रेछ गाइजहरु
They are not having a great tournament, and neither a great start to the game.
FPG Primus का जरात छ या DRS मिल्टा जान्ला आफ्नो पुरानो ठाउँ त्यसपछि HORAA एस नयाँमा छ A1 NB सिगरेनिना छ त्यसपछि POC जर्ज फुल र हस्पिटल बिचमा छ AST पनि त्यतातिर छ त्यसपछि HORAA
Esports making a move on the board. They are on their way towards the military island. ISSL Noob Alliance, even these guys want to get down south, probably they want to be the quicker ones, and it's a better
GG भेट्नु भयो GGहरुसँग भेट्नुहुन्छ हो किन भइसक्यो नि अब खाइहाल्यो यदि पैसा यदि उछ भने गर्न छ भने त GGले खायो GG एलिमिनेसन हेर गाडी चाहिँ झार्दै हाल्छ यति हान ओइ लियोले आगा नाइट लान्यो ल गाडी पटाएर काम बिगारे नि केटाहरु लाजा त्यही हो केटा
almost found a knock over there. What? They're just gonna leave their teammate out in the open to die like that? Oh, Noob Alliance not even looking forward to fight for that teammate, for that player.
लियोको बचाइहाल्छ होला नि बचाउन यार पछाडि रहँदैछ फेरि अनि लियोले त्यो खतरा लुटहरू त कहाँबाट पाउँछ हामीले त पान्न त
Well, Leo, they might as well just give up at this now instantly. Because Avonixite, even if they are not able to perform that well, still at the end of the day, they should be somewhere in top 5. So it's completely fine.
Yeah, but the good thing for you is they believe you get both their players back up. Yeah, there we have it. No one's also got back up for this season.
लियो पोरो साल पनि थियो हैन अनि यो साल फेरि लियो फिल्म आयो What is this behavior? Rules. No. Sit up. Wait, टुर्नामेन्टहरुमा रिकल डाउन हुन्छ होला कि नै ISS को एउटा अर्को राख्यो अर्को एउटा प्लेयर राख्यो लियोको यो के रे हट दामीलाई उड्यो न यार
it's a victory for them.
Pretty much. And Avonixite is one of those teams. As I mentioned, yeah, even if they do take the early hit inside the game, it's not going to be that big of an issue for them. They would still be somewhere in the top 5 easily in the overall standing. So for tomorrow, for them to bounce back, it's not that tough of a lead that they would need to take on over. So it's completely safe, completely alright. GG, Kyrie in front of us. GG is one of those teams that is still been struggling.
Guys, background music background का sound अलिकति इग्नोर हाल्नु है
in the future, GG can actually find that safety push.
र लियोसँग कोही छ र लियोकोमा कोही छ ल लियो र एजिओएन 2v2 फाइट 3 4
For now, you've got Leo Esports making that play against the players of Avonixite. Beautifully done. Knockout foul.
लियोको नि नभा डाउन भयो लियोको नभा डाउन भयो एकजनाले रस हान्नै पर्छ यार एकजनाले दुईजनाले रस हान्नुपर्छ ल ओके म लिहाल्ने फेरि यार सेट एकजनाले हेल्प गर्छ एकजना यो फेरि
Successfully completed and the DPS does not land. That's an elimination. A little overcommitment on
Leo
that. Finally, Yetauta from far away has been able to get that trade, but then
Yetauta? लियोको टिमको नामै यताउता रहेछ यार कस्तो साह्रो भएको हो उही यदि गाच्चै रस किन हानेको है यही मौका यार यदि तल कोही छ लियोको टिमको दुईटै नखानु होइन भाइ छिर 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 छिर
What are you doing? You cannot push him with that kind of HP available yet out also falls. You were right, Necro. You are just done for now.
के भएको लियो टिमले यार लियोले के भएको यसचोटि हुन्छ केटाहरूले जे हुन्छ हुन्छ सोचिरहेको थियो होला जे हुन्छ छिर्दिनु त हामीलाई पाल भन भन्थ्यो होला
It got excited for a moment. You thought that they were probably going to lose the fight, but then they just flipped the script against the players of Leo.
नै त्यो ठिक छ फेरि लियोको के अप्रोच राम्रो छ फेरि किनभने कन्फिडेन्स आइहाल्छ नि यार अगाडि दुईजना छ हामी तिनजना छौँ गरेर जे हुन्छ हुन्छ पछाडि एकजना प्लेयर बाँकी छ भनेर त्यो लाइनको छ अब बिचराहरू पछाडि एउटै के गर्नु
I mean, at least for now, these guys are going to have a smooth sailing inside the military base. They can move in towards the military base, loot up, and look pretty good. But then they've also got the players of Rob waiting for them, right? They got excited. They do sense that
DRS कहाँ छ हो यहाँ DRS ए मिल्टा आइसक्यो त मिल्टाको मिलिट्री बेस जाने ठाउँतिर त हान्नै पर्छ केटाहरूले यार यो गेम त अरू त भन्दैन यो गेम चाहिँ हान्नै पर्छ कि यिनीहरूले जति धेरै नै हान्नै पर्छ यो गेम चाहिँ ल जिगल फ्रम र हान्यो पाकिस्तानी रहेछन् बस अब जिन्दगी कामै छैन हो उठाउनु पर्छ तैँले Shit यार रले हाने कसै आनन्द हुँदैन नि अघिदेखि आगन यदि यहाँ गयो भने DRS का हतौड पिटाइन्छ नि त उता यदि ब्रिज क्रस गर्यो भने अब कुन बाटो ब्रिज क्रस गर्छ भने DRS भएको ठाउँमा ब्रिज क्रस गर्यो भने त ढुक्क किलरले हानिहाल्छ एएसटीले ए यो त छुट्टै फाइट रहेछ मैले त कि लो अर्को टिम पनि आइदिएर ल
all the way on the 16th spot in the overall standings, and I guess another bad start for these guys. The elimination being stolen away too by the players of HORAA. They're definitely going to be quite pissed.
AST अब यहाँ उसको चल्ने भयो फेरि HORAAको
Yeah, unfortunate stuff to them. For HORAA, well, they just got one free elimination point.
Actually, DRS like trad over here. Button so that.
Oh wait, we got a flag. Let's go. Let's just that's what just happened with the player team forward.
गाड़ी फोड़ दिया ना यार
get that knock from far away. Did most of the work too. I mean 90% of the SP was depleted. They were not able to get the job done. But this time around, Sanchit gets shots on the player of AST. Slayer for they just leave the players of AST. That's the job done by the players of Team 4. They've got a couple of knocks. It's all down to Incas and Zio to make sure they do not get.
Oh, AST को दुईटा प्लेयर छ ना दुईटा नक गर्ने गयो गेट आउट गयो ल जा हाने अलिअलि भयो नि पोइन्ट लड जान्छ ASTले
These guys, it doesn't seem like they're stopping anytime soon. Good utility utilization too towards the opponent.
ISSL को लाने
HORAAले AST लाने
गयो AST ASTले लबी छोड्यो सायद कि छोडेन ए रहेछ यार अब एउटा प्लेयर छ के गर्ला बिचाराले हैन दुईटा प्लेयर रहेछ नि त यति बचाउन सक्दैन त हान्दिन्छ
Oh man, he got shut down at the tracks, and that's it. AST out of the game.
Will get that reset. So that will be a thorn in their side. That will be something that will keep on. It's just nagging them. It's a 3v4. It's a 3v4 in every other fight. In the meanwhile, DRS, they got some information around the bridge area, but now are coming back towards the city of Milta. They want to just have information about it and not camp the bridge. That's an interesting decision. Let's see if it comes off for them. Not see good move either. You just have a kid available, a every
पिट्नलाई तयार है किन
it's
पिट्नलाई तयार हो
it's just like you have
कि
something
पिटाइ खान
but you want to watch
पिट्नलाई तयार हो
it.
तिनीहरू
So,
त धेरै जस्तो
this is
पिटाइ
something
खान
that is
देखिरहेको छ रात
careful
त
about the loot is not
किलर अगाडि छ डेल्टा त्यहाँ छ एक्सएमपीएल भन्ने नयाँ प्लेयर जोड्या हो है डिआरएसमा रुल्स हो सट्टा
On the opposite side,
Wait,
we thought
आदिमको
it's
player
going to
अझै
be
बाँकी छ
military
यार
circle, but then no, the circle just freaks all of us out. Shifts up on the northern
Four
side,
around
and
the
another
night,
circle
isn't
shift towards
oh my
Milta.
god.
Okay.
It's going to catch so many of these teams off guard. It's crazy. Aegon excited with Fullock. I mean, usually Aegon excited is one of those teams that likes to go all the way
Aegon
down south
Excited
towards
guy.
military
It's
base.
like
No,
that.
instead, this
Aegon
time,
Excited guy.
never stopped. And because of that, over here on the map, we do see Raw Esports taking a fight against the players of 851. Raw was the one to take control of the military base, but 851 is now looking for to stop the players of Raw Esports in the tracks.
ल ल ल ल ल ल ल ल ल तर म आएको यो चाहिँ डिआरएस
Yeah,
गेम
they're not
खतरा
investing in
निस्किएछ
this.
यार
We're just out of it. We want to play for position points. We just want to secure our first spot because even the players of Team Aegon XIA did not have a good start. Same could be said for Team B now. A51 2 defeat points to their name, but they still have to figure out a way to get out of this position to get 400 meters inside the zone because they might be able to dodge the players of Team F3G. But on the other side of the bridge, as soon as you try and enter inside the zone, you have
ल
to
पिसी
Kancha in the meanwhile has been able to take down Zio.
एफपिजी गयो नाइस एफपिजी त निस्किनै पर्ने यार मस्तमा एफपिजी निस्किनै पर्ने यार एकचोटि अहिले डिआरएसको गेम राम्रो बनाउनु थाल्यो भने यो टिम भर्खरले जसलाई एफपिजीलाई नक गरेको थियो त्यसपछि यो एफपिजी त्यसपछि यो ए51 त्यसपछि लिएर अर्को एउटा टिम छ कि त्यो उहाँ लडिरहेको थियो नि फोरा बास कोल झार्यो
Oh no, now these guys getting slammed down. Not too good. Especially when you're another player in the front line. In the name of Cyclone, Cyclone is now still just going for that chip damage. But even the return fire can be expected. Cyclone's out in the open, but quick reflexes from him. That's something that really saves his life for now. 851, now just down to one last man alive. DG19, what can he do? All the players of FPG in the front lines.
तेरा
All
टीम
DG19
छन्
can do
अब
is just try to
त्यसमा
back away. That's what he's doing.
डिआरएस हो
But
र
it's a little bit too late
लियो
considering
त
he
के
needs to
आएन
cross on over from the bridge.
डिआरएस
Oh my god.
ओके ओके
That's
ओके
a decision
ओके
making in that situation for A51.
यहाँ गेमको कस्तो चल्दैछ हेर अब
Yes. I found it very funny to run into a squad of
What the-
3 people who you have
अच्छा,
information
अच्छा।
on with just a vehicle. That was unnecessary. That led to their elimination. I mean, not the best
पहिला
possible
डेल्टा गेम क्या
decision
खतरा
there, which has led to their elimination. Now, only one player surviving. Let's see how many more points he can get.
वास्तवमा भने नि तेरो थर्ड पार्टी हान्नु नि होइन अनि उताबाट यिनीहरूलाई हान्ने हेर
They're just having a friendly
अन्त
chat.
अगाडिकै घरमा छ हौ यिनीहरू
Yes, where they just shoot
के सर
you,
रस नहानेको
get shot back in return and are like, yeah, you should know we are a threat, you should know we are present over here, but not much can be done about that.
भाइ हो के गर्दो रहेछ हामी बसेर हामी त हेर्ने हो अब
All the players.
यो सब पिएमजीसी लोक्ताइको डिआरएसले
He's still on the bridge.
सर्भाइभल स्टेज यो सर्भाइभल स्टेजै गएन केटाहरू ए सर्भाइभल स्टेज गयो होइन सर्भाइभल स्टेजै गएन
Because you never know where you can get shot at from. Look at the players of Avon Esports. It's the entire Avon
Invitation
squad making a
खेले,
move on this compound. DRS Gaming,
Suck
one
it.
single man's pinned in that entire house. Nowhere to go. A1NB, it's a quick smash on the house.
उही गयो गयो
He's
गयो
trying his best
यास
to
भन्ने
provide
गयो
the cover fire, but he's just not finding the opening that is needed in order to provide the cover fire for this man. But I like the move that's being made by him. DRS Gaming, there's a chance they can survive this entire outcome. And a good day to find the
ओके
opening too.
ओके
K9OP goes
ओके
down.
ओके 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 केटाहरू
DRS Gaming
डिआरएस यसले हान्यो
on play
Gaming
like
as-
this.
A1NB, they do not know that this guy is outside on a ledge, so the knock is still not possible with these nades. You really need to be
Okay,
careful
okay,
when you're
okay,
moving,
DRS.
moving up because the
किन तल झऱ्यो
is
के
also
फेरि यो?
present from behind. Killer and XMPL both have trained their crosshairs. XMPL tosses another nade, gets it, man. And that's 2 in a row. It's all
ल है दुइटा दुइटा ल ठिक छ एक्सएमपिएल पुरै प्लेयर ब्याङ्कहरू छन् रस हान्ने नि हुन्छ अब त दुईटा प्लेयर ब्याङ्क थियो नि रस हान्ने नि हुन्छ घच्ची रस हान्ने नि हुन्छ केही फरक पर्दैन बच्चा ओइ पछाडि रस नहाल्नु यार अब मलाई डर लाग्नु लाग्यो यार अब ढुक्क DRS केही हुन्न भन्ने रहेछ मलाई अनि गाडी लिएर आउँदैछ अब किलर XMP ले कति हान्नु लाग्यो कि अब जुन थर्ड पार्टीमा घुसिके गयो कि अब DRS को गेम गयो गेम सक्यो हेर्नेसम्म थियो DRS को गेम अब यहाँबाट सबभन्दा सुरुमा किलर झार्छ किलर झरेपछि अब DRS एस झर्छ त्यसपछि बाँकी रहेका छन् हेर गयो कि ढुक्क उताबाट हेर ओइ XMPL DRS एस DRS किलर अनि एउटा प्लेयर खै त DRS को ओके A51 निस्क्यो A51 निस्क्यो सजिलो भयो हामीलाई जस अब अलि सजिलो भयो बट DRS को एउटा प्लेयर जाक्या हो ओके होरा पनि आइराछ यताबाट उप्स हैन तर DRS को हैन DRS कै हो गुड छ XMP ले हान्यो हाने ओके DRS किलर ले हाने एन को प्लेयर ले अब यता DXD को डर छ त्यसपछि UG को डर छ यार अरु के अनि FPG पनि डर छ यार ओ FPG को एउटा मात्र प्लेयर छ GG ले हान्यो यहाँ त जोनमा नेड हाने फेरि पागलले तर फेरि गयो हैन मुली गयो DRS को लेभल गयो अब हुँदैन वास्तवमा अब के हुन्न अब DRS जान्छ लबी बाहिर निस्किन्छ अब एकछिनमा DRS त पुरै के स्यान्डविचै भइसक्यो यार यो गेममा त सक्दैन DRS DRS फसीको DRS अब उताबाट होरा आइरहेछ होरा स्पोर्टले हानिहाल्छ नि यिनीहरूलाई र पनि घुसिरहेछ त र आउँदैछ यार 4 हो कि 4 ल ओके हेर्न DRS लाई बचाउने अब यही यार छ 4 र निस्क्यो ल DRS र होराको चलिरहेछ है ल नेपाली गर्छ नेपालीलाई नेपाली त धेरै छन् बट अलिकति कम्पिटिटिभ प्लेयर भनेको यिनीहरू के अब जस अलिकति नाम चलायो नेपालमा नाम चलायो प्लेयर भने यिनीहरू हुनु त अब DRS को पनि क्रेज घट्न लागिसकेको छ तर जेसुकै होस् हामी त फ्यान त DRS कै हो फेरि चाहे जति धेरै आइस DXD को पनि फाइट चलिरहेको ल DRS को XMPL DRS को 4वटै प्लेयर बाँकी छन् 1 किल 10 जना टिम बाँकी मलिक होरा जक्यो स्काई होरा छ त्यसपछि कोसँग गरेर राख्ने नि UG सँग ओहो UG को 4 ले गयो मलिक जक्यो त्यसपछि होरा ओए होरा को दुईटा प्लेयर जक्यो माथि हानि जान जक्यो ओ DRS हाने यहाँ DRS किलरले उप्स मलिक होरा ओए ओ भाइ एक्लैले स्काईले खतरा कसम क्या खतरा हाने यार अब ये वानले खाइको फेरि यता अब कतिवटा प्लेयर दुईटा प्लेयर छन् मलिक हो र स्काई हो र अब के हुन्छ होला सोचा DRS को उता उसँग गरेर होला FPG ओ GG सँग GG ओइ सेट XMPL गयो FPG लाई त सकाइदिनु नि XMPL लाई पनि बचाउला कि नि ओके GG स्विक गयो ओके जिटिसी गयो DRS गेमिङमा प्लेयरहरु बाँकी छैनन् DRS को डेल्टा XMPL डाउन छ XMPL लाई बचाउन कोही जाला कि नै XMPL लाई बचाउन कोही जान्न भनेपछि ल DRS XMPL पुरै जान्छ ओके 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 किलर Nice!
Way too close to comfort, and just like that, even from the back, Sanji.
कहाँ लुकेको हो यो साला गेमको चोर खाते
In the water.
Shark with the
साइको
because underwater.
साले चोर खाते भाते मरि जा
The entire squad of Team DRS. That is just crazy, man. How do you even trade him out? You just cannot. You never expect a player to be in that position. But I'd say DRS, they fumbled it out too bad. Farad should have never been allowed to get even a single knock in that.
चिया नि सक्यो त गाइज यार
It happens. That's the best of us.
हेरौँ न अब होर्राको हेरौँ
The player of DRS.
कस्तो हुन्छ त्यस्तै अब म स्ट्रिम बन्द हुनाले अब म हेर्न छोडिदिन्छु नि त DRS छैन त के हेर्नु हो हुन त के हेरौँ लास्टमा कसले कसको पोइन्ट कति आउँछ होइन आज लास्ट म्याच हो 16-7 टिम लागि 16 जनालाई DRS को के रे होर्राको दुईटा प्लेयर त्यसपछि A1 A1 NBE को प्लेयर पनि दुईटा चारवटा प्लेयरले 16वटा प्लेयर बाँकी छन् ल ल ल ल ल ल ल ल ल ल ओइ दुईटै लैछन् ल ल ल ल होराले के गर्ला त
Struggles continue. Sinister and Hitman, both these guys. It's a 2v2 scenario.
Okay,
against HORAA.
Argan.
If anyone comes out on top in this one, this can be a big
आगन गयो आगन
Hitman going for
ओके ओके स्काइले रस हान्न लाग्यो स्काइल रस ओ सेट रस हान्छ भने
at the end moment just denies that decision. And now once
ओ यो के रे UMP पनि ग्लेसर आको हो
which
कहिले
can
हो
be
यस्तो
option.
यस्तो दामी त नहुनु पर्ने नि
ओहो way to go. Right now, both these teams are in a really awkward spot. So this engagement is being stretched out for no reason.
ओहो
Whose guy will be jumped upon? I think both of the players have spotted each other down. The DPS around the corner could be the
हक्क न
one
बक्क भएको छ नि यार हेर्दा
but Sky will just fall back. Now Hitman, oh man, he really wants this battle. He really wants this fight. Sinister also joining in the action. He has been able to get some information
प्लेयरहरु
from
गयो
both these
केटाहरु गयो
players.
केटा
They know
ढुक्क
that they
गयो
are on the ground
गयो
floor,
गयो
but now
गयो
it all
होराले
comes down
होराले
to
हानिहाल्छ
who will be able to win it out.
ढुक्क छु होराले हानिहाल्छ
Running
हान्छ
out of shot
होराले
with an
ढुक्क
ammo.
हान्छ अब
It's a 2v2. Sinister
Yes.
taking contact on the stairs player. Throws a little bit of a pre-fire trying to draw the players towards him so that Hitman can do the job. But that's not the case. HORAA, they're playing very slow. Finally, Hitman's out. 50% SP has been taken away. But Malik, a different angle. The shotgun shell lands.
दुईटैको बराबर छ है
Also very low.
ANB
But then
जाक्यो
Sinister bounces upon
जाक्यो
it. It's a
ANB
1v1
जाक्यो
and Malik wins it out. A cat and mouse chase went for too long, but it is HORAA Esports who once again come out on top.
अब प्लेयरहरु छन् बाँकी
Oh man.
1 2 3 4 5 टप 5 मा गेम कन्भर्ट भयो अब POC DXD होरा FPG FORA यति बाँकी छन् अब उसको चलिरहेको DXD र POC को चलिरहेको POC को एउटा ओइ DXD पनि नेपाली टिम रहेछ हैन ठिक छ नि त अब त कि DXD ले जित्छ अब मलाई त्यस्तो लागिरहेको है ल ओके 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 ना नेडा 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 ब्याङ ल ओके 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 नवीन नवीन नगडी हो यसले देखाएर गाडी उडा न गाडी उडा के देखिरहेको उडा 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 के मान्छ रहेछ त्यस्तो दामी ठाउँमा नि हाल्नु सक्दैन टप 5 मा गेम कन्भर्ट भएको छ के गर्छ है हेर म चाहिँ अर्कोचोटिको हेरौँ है ल 13 जना रिमेन छन् रिमेनिङ 13 प्लेयर 13 जना टिम 5 जना FORA FPG त्यसपछि चाहिँ HORAA DXD POC इन तीनटा प्लेयरहरु भएको छन् र ओइ DXD को सुजन मर्यो सुजन गयो तर DXD खतरा खेल्छ है DXD पनि खतरै हो र स्काई हो होर्रा आइसक्यो DXD लाई दिन्छ होला एक दुई झापटा ल DXD को अर्को प्लेयर फेरि नक भयो POC ओके FPG ले हान्यो सिन्चार फोरालाई हान्यो फोरा इलिमिनेसन भयो 11 किल को साथमा साले चोर खाते नुबडा के पानीमा लुकेर हाने हैन त DRS लाई साले चोर खाते 1v1 हान्न नसक्ने हिम्मत भएर क्याम्प गरेर खेल्छन्
Cyclone is still there with the most amount of elimination points. DXD, the reign of terror.
Wait, FPG को दुईटा प्लेयर बाँकी रहेछन् यार थाहै थिएन 11 जना टिम 4
successfully able to hold on their
4-4-8
opponents off the base, so that's a big
ओ 4-4 9 10 कहाँ गएर भयो फेरि
close on up. DXD, they've got too much threat
DXD को 4
on top of them. On the opposite side is the players of FPG. On the sidelines is the
POC
players
पनि त
of
होला
HORAA, and then right underneath them.
POC को 4 जना प्लेयर बाँकी छन् भाइ 3 जना
3 players of POC. I like the position that's came into play. 2 players
7
went
8
to a closer
9
personal
10
towards the compound, and one
एकजनाको
player
4
in
वटा
the
टिम छ
back
के
holding that bridge.
DXD को एउटा यो 3 जना भयो हैन
Two-run separation.
POC को 3 टा भयो हैन 6 वटा भयो है
They do not have any more utility available in terms of nades and mollies, I believe DXD. That's why they're not being
3 3 6
Nobody
7
made it
8
out.
9 10 के
HP, but
के हो र को 3 टा खान र
FPG slowly and steadily closing in as well. Yeah, look at your angle he has. While the remaining 2 players, they're just making sure
POC ओइ होरा नि आइसक्यो नि
HORAA has also made their way inside the compound.
FPG को जुन छ FPG को 3 टै प्लेयर रहेछन् फेरि 3 3 6 त है 7 8 9 10 11 ठिक त भयो
Does not find him. It is zone number 8.
GXD माथि नै छ थाहै छैन होरालाई थाहै छैन
And that will give advantage to the players of Team FPG because they will deploy those smoke walls and just try to survive while the player of DXD, POC and Sky sorry, HORAA finalize themselves. Something that
not win gaming
FPG has in their favor. So let's see, they are just letting the time run out, the clock run out.
ल कसले मार्छ है ल यो गेम कस्तो हुन्छ ल 4 वटा टिम मध्ये कि होरा कि DXD कि FPG कि POC इन 3 टा दे जनाको अब इन 4 वटा टिम मध्ये एउटा खान्छ अब हामी त जोले खायो पनि थिएन अब DRS छैन भने त जोले खाओस् मलाई बाल छैन फेरि अब त कि DRS हुँदैन DRS खान्छ भन्ने हो त DRS छैन तर मार्क्सन किन हो यो चोटी DRS को गेम त अरु बिगा जस्तो लाग्यो यार मलाई
They need to leave that edge line. They need to leave
जसो
that
तर
edge.
फ्यान चाहिँ DRS हो जसो के ट्राई जत्रो टुक्यो
Soon enough, the wall of death is going to start to
Oh my
close in.
gosh.
We know the circle is quite cruel. And POC now finally tossing the utility that he had left over. And now the battle breaks out finally. FPG engaging inside the fight.
Okay, HORAA लगायो
And that's it. HORAA. They
HORAA
have been punished for making such an aggressive move. And just like that,
FPG ले लगायो
and even POC, FPG, they have
FPG versus POC जाके
back to back, and they probably can too. Devilish Dragons.
कहाँ जोन बाहिर गएको हो
Luckily for them, the opposition is being taken care of by the players of FPG, but still, they have got one more player in the front lines. Devilish Dragons, they've lost out on that player too, but now they have got only one player on their name. Nabin gets dealt with just like that, and the last man of POC.
फेरि FPG ले गेम जगायो केटा हो
FPG back-to-back 2 games. They have definitely made a statement on the overall standings, and with that game, they've probably propelled themselves so high in the overall standings.
What a game for FPG. I mean, one of the players got knocked out outside. I thought that this could be a little bit difficult for FPG to control. But then it was like, yeah, we went fight amongst ourselves, TNT and HORAA. And that's where everything went good. For FPG, they did not have to do anything about it. 11 eliminations total, and yeah, man, that's crazy for this team. Waiting 21 points from the game. Back to
के भएको छ लाग्यो
coming in out of nowhere and
राखौँ धेरै चलाएर नि हो यार साक्का छ ब्रो चिसो भयो त्यसो ताप थाहा पाइन्न यार तर ता फाल्दैछ यार
inside the South Asian region. You might just have one of the best teams loading up in the future. Man, FPG, with the way they have
FPG ले त मार्नु मर्यो नि तर मात्र फोरलाई देखेर मलाई यस्तो रिस उठिरहेको छ यार अझै पनि के लुकी गर्दै यार टुर्नामेन्ट नि यार पल्ले जानु दिएर आएको छ
so many elimination points. Playing the spoiler in that fight.
फेरि भोलिदेखि लुकेर गइदा लाएर अर्को आएर फेरि मलाई गाली गर्न होला नि त मलाई गाली गर्न पर्छ
Nicely done, FPG. They just know when to aggress and when not to aggress.
अझै यार यताउति कुरा नगर सिधै मलाई यो देखाऊ
the way that FPG played was just phenomenal, and I believe one of the players should get that MVP title from their 11 elimination. They definitely did their job. So let's have a look at the MVP first. There's going to be
yeah.
6 eliminations overall. Was a good amount of damage as well. And he
and
did very, very well. Along the showdown, the whole time was FPG.
And FPG most of them finishing what they have started
6 eliminations, 686 damage, 2 assists, survival time of 28-32, and 4 knockouts. Has made a good presence for himself in this squad. FPG, with this back-to-back chicken dinner tomorrow, they're going to have such a massive momentum rolling up for them. HORAA Esports, consistency is on the board for them. Nothing much can be said. But then Sanhok here with 4 elimination points, Cyclone with 5 actually. Then you've also got Noob with 3. In general, FPG, they just pretty much took the entire momentum away from all the other teams and finally rolled. Devil Dragons, they were trying their best, but unfortunately, that entire third party from the side of FPG just spoiled their entire mood.
DRS let's see
Yeah, FPG, the third party was indeed a very difficult thing to deal with for this particular team, and great job done by all these players. But now let's have a look at the statistics as well. 58 eliminations, 68 knocks. This team is well packed. 10 eliminations, 2 returns. This number is the worst. 2 airdrops looted overall.
अगाडिको गेमहरुमा त खा हैन त्यो सिलेक्सनहरुमा त जस एक दुई चिकन खानाकै हैन
Pretty much. 68 knocks, 2 in that one. 392 meters. The longest elimination, almost 400 marker.
FPG म्याच र्याङ्किङ अनुसार FPG प्लेसमेन्ट पोइन्ट 10 पाए एलिमिनेसन पोइन्ट 11 भनेपछि 21 पोइन्ट भइहाल्यो र एमएन पनि ठिक 14 ठिकै हो होरा पनि खतरे खेले
Devil Dragons and POC definitely a wild card entry, but let's hope that this keeps them moving up.
Yeah, that's true. POC they need
DRS Gaming 8 just राम्रै खेल्ने यार अर्कै लागिरहेछ
let's have a look at the other teams. Very nice.
just PMG मा इन्भिटेसन आएको बेला चाहिँ
2 points to their name, the best possible one. They droid this team would have played so better in that situation.
Well, 13 मा छ हैन
points.
अब यस्तै 10 सम्म आउन सक्ला ओभरअल र्याङ्किङमा
These teams are yet to show up.
like what screams we play
Just 2 points.
guys how do we participate in this tournament मलाई यही सोध्न मन थियो यार
That's still the best possible scenario that you can opt to be in, and HORAA Esports, the early efforts that they showcased that today today is something that's really paid off for them. Because in the first 2 games, these guys just absolutely dominated.
त्यसलाई नाइटता टिम चाहिन्छ रे बट टिम नि छैन नाइटता चाहिँ अब एक वर्ष पनि हाल्छ बट ओभरअल र्याङ्किङमा छ र त्यसपछि फिङ्गरप्रिन्ट ग्लोबल छ AI8 हुन्छ AG8 छ र एमएन छ HORAA स्पोर्ट छ 5 मा 6 मा एडी A51 छ अनि अन्डरग्याङ छ 7 मा 8 मा छ भाइकिङ स्पोर्ट्स What do you want to try 1v1 with me? Toxic quality.
The top 8 is going to be a tough affair. Breaching inside the top 5 is going to be even tougher.
के भएको यो किन के भनिरहेको
अहिले GEUD this time around look at the top 4 teams, all of them within touching distance of the first spot, so they will have to just continue with the form that they have. But the other teams who are not just making it
13 नै छ यार DRS
Well,
त बराबर पोइन्ट जति पनि तलमाथि किन भएको हो जिरो जिजी र
DRS a big name. 13th spot is where they are at Necro.
Yeah, pretty much. And then As you mentioned, 13 spot is where they are at.
I
Then
can't
you also
kill you
look at
because
DRS
your
Dragons
mouse
on
will be
14,
worried then
A1NB on the 9th spot. Struggles continue
DRS
once again for these teams. At least A1NB is on the 9th spot. Maybe tomorrow they can possibly make it inside the top 5 if we see any type of improvement in their playstyle and their gameplay. But that's highly unlikely. But let's move forward and take a look at the elimination leaders off the day one of the grand finals and find out which of those players were the one to outshine the entire competition. Sleepy and Rogue. These guys are moving in, especially Rogue moving in like a silent
कसम क्या यार DRS खेल्छ भन्न त हेर्न आएको नत्र त नत्र म अस्ति त्यो PMGC को त्यो DRS हुन्छ मात्रै त गरेँ नि मैले के अरे वाच पार्टी त्यसैले मलाई मजै लागेन नि DRS छैन के हेर्नु के हेर्नु चाहिँ के यिनीहरूलाई चाहिँ त्यही टेन्सन छ फेरि स्लिपी यतातिर क्रिप्टो किङ रे
even though he got excited,
पाकिस्तानी
position points.
लुकी लुकी खेल्छ त्यो फोरा भन्ने कस्तो खत्ते सो यार त्यो फोरा भन्ने लुकी खेल्दा यार पानीमा
got eliminated. I guess what, like 5th spot, maybe 6th spot, but they had 10 to 12 eliminations overall.
Okay,
so
guys,
that was a big number.
PMGC यो सक्यो है
balance everything, everything out with the number of eliminations that they
लाइभ स्ट्रिम गरेर राखेर किलरले लाइभ छैन आज किलर हिजो लाइभ गरे अहिले 22 घण्टा अगाडि गरेर रहेछ त PMCO स्कुल क्लासिक लाइभ ओके टुर्नामेन्ट लाइभ रे ओके यो स्टुडियो मोड अटोमेटिक कसरी अन हुन्छ भन्छु यत्रो बेर केही देखाएन होला तिमीहरूलाई हैन रुक है स्टुडियो मोड अफ गरिदिन्छु मैले यत्रो बेर तिमीहरूलाई केही देखेन होला कसम एकछिन रुक है म मेरो लाइभ स्ट्रिम गरेर आफ्नो लाइभ स्ट्रिम चेक गर्छु एकछिन अझै लाइभ हुनुहुन्छ यार If I started लास्टमा लाइभै नगइदिएर आएर क्या कम झ्याम लाइभ त आएको छ लाइभ हुनुहुन्छ यार If I started लास्टमा लाइभै नगइदिएर आएर क्या कम झ्याम लाइभ त छ Top 10 citizens of the population the team fight for the massive prize pool 20 डबल साउन्ड सुनिरहेको छ के भएको यो DRS ले के गरेको आज DRS ले के खेलेको आज वास्तवमा भन्नु हो त न अब हामी एकछिन टाइम पास गरौँ बसेर रुकमा एकछिन साउन्ड अफ गर्छु है तनाव भयो त यार तनाव भयो ल है ल है ल है चल गेम खेल्न गयो गए म डिभाइसको त कम गरिदिन्छु त्यसपछि यो ठिक छ हैन अझ कम गर्छु तिमीहरुलाई यो ठिक्क हुन्छ होला त्यसपछि स्टार्ट ड्राइभ ल है ल है ल है ओके 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 ओए मेरो आवाज sorry terlalu busy थे अब
Legal. Para. तातो वाला गुरु परे
हजुर
पिछले खाल्छ
बाहिर त खाल्छ यो ब्याकग्राउन्ड म्युजिक तिमीहरू इग्नोर हान है केटाहरू हामी त पुरा ड्राइभर है
नातिनी कति कुरा जाने पछि पस्किने त्यो नातिनीलाई सोध्नु जोर खप्की छ त चक्क सुरुभरि उयो भान्जली भन्थ्यो अर्किखेरि बाबा पनि चाहिँ धेरै के भने यो चाहिँ लाठी जस्तै हुन्थ्यो बुहारी अपाङ्ग भइजाने भाग्य नै पाएपछि अनि त्यही टुङ्गियो खबर पाउनु भएको माथि ल्यायो अरे कि त्यो मान्छे त माथि त्यो कुला नलपट त्यहीबाट हिँडेको थियो यति यस्तो मान्छे फेरि सानो यत्रो ताको थियो सानो
ब्याकग्राउन्ड म्युजिक गरा अनि जो जसलाई गेम खेल्न मन लाग्छ अब ल्यापटप छ भने गुगलमा गएर POKI सर्च हान अनि मोबाइलमा नि त्यही सर्च हान गुगलमा गएर प्लिज कन्ट्रोल प्लस F5 टु अपडेट योर कन्ट्रोल प्लस F5
खबर सुनेर म
पनि ओके के भयो कन्ट्रोल प्लस F5 दाबान के हुन्छ भनेको थियो अनि दाबेको है ओके क्लाइन्ट हुँदैन प्ले नाउ लेट्स गो अझै पनि भन्नु छु गाइजहरु ब्याकग्राउन्ड म्युजिक टोटल्ली इग्नोर हान है टोटल्ली इग्नोर हान जे हुन्छ हुन्छ है ल हुन्छ मिस्टर भन्ने गेम खेल्ने हो होइन हामीहरूको चाहिँ खतरा हान्नु पर्छ ल राम्रोसँग चल्यो भने खतरा हान्ने हेर नत्रै बाबाजीका ठुलो है केटाहरू ल केटाहरू ल छिटो खुल्न हो कति ढिलो गरेको गाइजहरु भाइहरु यो PUBG खेल्न नपाएको धेरै भयो कसैले मलाई मोबाइल गिटार नाउ ओहो प्लेयरहरु त धेरै छन् त 72% भइसक्यो रहेछ नि के भयो है माउसले कामै गरिरहेन कन्टिन्यू के भएको है म त धेरै के गर्नु कन्ट्रोल
अब त्यो चलाएर नि काम नगरेर अब सुत हात त भइसक्यो उठाउने
ओके लडेको छ ओके आज म 10 बजेसम्म बस्छु नि त ओइ अटोमेटिक बन्द भयो त गाइजहरु लाइभ बसेको 4 घण्टा भइसक्यो Application audio capture beta application audio capture browser Existing. माइक्रोफोन अन र अब गेम 1 2 3 4 जना छन् लेट्स प्ले ये रेस खेले जस्तो लाग्यो यार मैले कति लामो छ रे रेस मभन्दा ढिलो आएको प्लेयरहरू खेल्नु गइरहेको के भएको गाडी पनि उही खतरा दिँदो रहेछ ओके अब त सक्छु पड्के गए गाड़ी पानी में सर कटे रहने ले एक्सट्रीम नेक्स्ट लेवल एक्सट्रीम तो गई इधर यार shit aku teman lagi bos nah mengerti Shit, fucked up guys. Be patient guys, be patient. अब त म त उयो गरेँ त जो लाउला सरी त्यहाँसम्म पुगिसक्यो मान्छे यार यसो गरेर कम्प्लिट होला यार करने की आगे है अनि यहाँबाट यता जाने अरे यार कुरा यहाँ चाहिँ फर्स्ट आएको जस्तो च्यालेन्जेस कहाँ गाडी अड्किन्छ यार slowly and just looking like a wow. Yeah. Okay. Sebelum gaड़ी bangga gimana ya? Lihat ladder. Oh, shit. के भइरहेछ अन्त के बच गया मर खाल्टोमा यो गाडीले काट्छ त उठाऊ मचाले धुम चाले है धुम चाले ये गेममा सिम्पल दिएको त्यो हाय भन्न लाग्यो यो गेममा सिम्पल ओइ that is this okay मैले बुझिसकेँ अब के गर्ने मैले बुझिसकेँ तर ब्रेक तर okay break sit up break. Check गर्न पर्ने कि यत्रो खराब चेक बनाएकै थिएँ यस्तै अर्को स्याट यार मलाई जाउ लाग्यो गेम अब लाइभ गेम कसैले कमेन्ट हानेको छैन के त अरे भाइ यो जोरो देखा त मलाई तिमीले गेम एउटा गेम देखाउँछ यार कति एक्लै खेल्नु न तिमीले भाइ मेडल फोर्स ओके गेम स्टार्ट भयो गाइजहरु गेम स्टार्ट भयो म त गेम स्टार्ट हुँदै गेम ट्राई गरेँ त ल अब तिमीले देख्छ डेल्टाको गेम प्ले डेल्टा Jesus Ôi, I'm older than them now. Good time with them all. I'm back soon. Bye, have a good time, yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Cute.